Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update here on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. The federal government has disbursed 330 billion naira in direct cash transfers to 8.5 million poor and vulnerable households under its revamped social protection program. Each household is entitled to 3 tranches of 25,000 naira monthly payment aimed at cushioning hardship from subsidy removal and currency reforms. Officials confirmed that the biometric-based system linked to the national identity number ensures transparency and eliminates political interference. The program, partly funded by a World Bank loan, is being expanded to reach 15 million households, forming the foundation of a permanent national social safety net. And now Nigeria has imported more than 560,000 metric tons of fertilizer raw materials in 2025 through 10 vessels under the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, according to the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. The agency said the inflow is ensuring steady supply for blending plants nationwide and stabilizing the fertilizer value chain. With the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative Phase 3 set to begin in November, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated will assume control of the program, targeting year-round availability, reduce costs, and improve traceability. Since its inception in 2016, the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative has produced more than 4.5 million metric tons of fertilizer between 2021 and 2024, delivering over 128 million bags directly to farmers. And away from that, the Federation Account Allocation Committee said 2.225 trillion naira was shared among the federal government, states, and local government councils as August 2025 revenue up by 224.118 billion naira or 11.2% from July's 2.1 trillion naira. The allocation included 1.478 trillion statutory revenue, 672.908 billion naira value-added tax, 32.338 billion naira electronic money transfer levy, and 41.284 billion naira exchange difference. From the statutory revenue, the federal government received 684.462 billion naira, states 347.168 billion naira, and councils 267.652 billion naira, while oil-producing states got 179.311 billion naira as derivation. Despite a decline in petroleum profit tax and import duties, value-added tax and oil royalties rose, helping Nigeria to meet its 2025 revenue target in August. Moving on, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen accountability and transparency in public service delivery. This was disclosed during a courtesy visit to the Lagos office of Femi Wash Limited, owners of SOUQ News Television and IL 95.9 FM. Leading the delegation was the resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Chukura Alexander, who was received by the Vice President of Femi Wash, Dr. Idahosa Osamanzi. As part of the engagement, the commissioner appeared on one of SOUQ News TV's flagship program, Just Africa, where he discussed the theme, ICPC as watchdog, curbing corruption in public service delivery. He emphasized that the commission remains steadfast in its watchdog role, ensuring that public resources are applied transparently and for the benefit of Nigerians.
Thank you so very much for that question. You see, it's a truism that corruption has remained a cankerworm that has eaten deep into the fabrics of our society. And fighting corruption in itself is more dangerous than fighting armed robbery. The reason is simple. The armed robber mainly has just weapons, but corruption is for the elites. Most of the time they have a social network, and it have all it takes to fight back corruption. So essentially, the ICPC, being the foremost anti-graft agency in Nigeria, has positioned itself in that same crusade, though it's not easy. So far, so good, but it's even better with the emergence of my new management team under the leadership of my chairman, Dr. Ademo Ali Musa San. Here we're better positioned because my chairman has instituted what we call a policy trust, socially put as care, meaning positive organizational culture that professes, that promotes accountability, responsibility, and excellence. For now, that's the hallmark. So far, so good in ICPC. We are doing so much. Yes, we've not gotten to the Dorado.
Yeah.
But we're not far from it.
The delegation, which included the State Public Relations Officer, Mary Omonoye, and other officials, also toured the company's broadcast facilities. Alexander commended the station's setup and encouraged sustained collaboration in advancing transparency and ethical values. The visit reflects ICPC's wider strategy of partnering with media organizations to strengthen the fight against corruption across the country. And lastly, Manchester United reported record revenue of £666,500,000 for the year ending June 2025, up 0.7% from last year, but still booked a £33 million loss after finishing 15th in the Premier League and missing Champions League football. Operating losses narrowed to £18,400,000 from £69,300,000, helped by reduced wages and restructuring, while commercial and match day income reached record highs. Despite a $650 million debt, the club projects up to £660 million revenue next year, even without European competition. And that's the news this morning. We say many thanks for watching. Do not forget, SOUQ Business Landscape comes up in a bit. My name is Grace Komalafe. Have a good morning.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding their drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ancient customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African continent. This cultural hybridity also extends to cuisine, dance, and storytelling, blending African strength with Asian intricacy in daily life. Madagascar's history is equally distinctive. It developed powerful pre-colonial kingdoms, including the Merina Kingdom, which unified much of the island before French colonization in the late 19th century. Unlike many African countries, Madagascar experienced a relatively centralized monarchy before colonial rule. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, the country has navigated political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters. Yet, it continues to strive toward democratic governance and sustainable development. Strategically located in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar is positioned as a crucial maritime node for trade, conservation, and regional diplomacy. Its economy, while heavily reliant on agriculture, fishing, and mining, is beginning to explore tourism as a sustainable development path. The island's unique biodiversity, combined with its warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage, makes it a compelling destination for ecotourists, adventurers, and scholars alike. In the face of deforestation, climate change, and poverty, Madagascar's story is one of resilience and irreplaceable natural wealth. It serves as both a warning and a wonder, reminding the world of what can be lost through neglect and what can be preserved through global cooperation and local stewardship. Madagascar is not merely another African country. It is an ecological arc, a cultural crossroads, and a national identity unlike any other on the continent. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for SOUQ News TV.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond the aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area, AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwe, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebini for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
It is still Nigeria first, and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda. It's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by keeping their staff
within this side? Let's also learn see something. This is SOUQ International.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Economies, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumbambadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Winds and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or
think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
It is still Nigeria first, and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda. It's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by keeping their staff
within this side? Let's also learn see something. This is SOUQ International.
It's
It is empirical that certain decisions must be made to move the nation forward. And what best platform it is to talk about things that border about nation building and issues that affect Nigeria and Africa than on SOUQ television, on SOUQ business landscape. Don't wonder what my name is. My name is Swift Aderito. And the good thing about this discussion on the show is I'm never alone. I'm always surrounded by handsome young men who are intelligent and can drive a conversation intelligently and can actually meet all the schools of thoughts of stakeholders who are bothered about certain issues and how they should be resolved in the nation. On my left-hand side this time around, which is surprising, I have my vice president of my company, Dr. Idausa, very brilliant young man. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Swift, good morning. Pleasure to be here. Good Nigeria. We're praying and hoping that all things work together for good for our nation.
Amen. I like that. All right. Going to be joining us via Zoom. Of course, we have the ever versatile and outspoken Benga. And today we are going to actually surprise because we have two amazing Zoom guests. But my first guest is Benga. Benga, how are you? Good morning.
Sweet and good morning, Doctor. It's nice to be here again.
So as Benga is not with me, let me run back to Doctor. Doctor, how was your night? Did you have a fantastic one?
I wouldn't be able to say that.
Yeah! Doctor is keeping secrets from us. All right, no problem. Talking about secrets, let's get right down to the show. So the federal allocation of FG states, the federal government has actually shared some allocation between all the local government states this August revenue. And let me give you the story. The Federal Accounts Allocation Commission, FAAC, has announced that a total of 2.225 trillion was shared among federal government, states, and local government councils as revenue for August 2025. And this represents an increase from 224.11 billion, which is an 11.2%, compared to the 200.001 trillion distributed in July. Now, this information was disclosed in a statement released on Wednesday by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation through the Directive of the Press and Public Relations. All right, so Barua said that it was allocated and finalized that the FAAC's meeting held in Abuja to that the reason why the federal government is doing this is for revenue increase, and it is a positive development for all tiers of government, potentially boosting funding for developmental projects and public service assets to funds in the country. However, the specific breakdown of allocation among the three tiers of government was not disclosed, as he was like, people should go to well-meaning Nigerians and ask, especially those who have received a part of it. The good thing is I found out somebody very close to me received a part of it this morning, which is good. Doctor, good morning. Talking about this money, this staggering figure, the staggering amount. Some people are saying, is this not too much to be allocating to the three tiers of government? What's your take on this?
Well, I don't think it's about whether it's much or not much. It's the fact that we're a federation, federation of 36 states, including FCT. And by statutes and on the laws, revenues that are accruable to the states are shared based on principles among the various states. And for FCT, they get 1% of what goes to the federal government. So that's been the trend, and because we're a federal government, at the end of the day, we make some money that are collectible by the now Nigerian Revenue Service. They gather all the money, and then, of course, every month is shared. And that's why people go to Abuja to just go collect their share, which has been the one factor a lot of people have argued, really responsible for laziness at the second and the third tier of government in Nigeria. And people really don't want to work hard anymore at the state level, just waiting for end of the month, and then we all go to Abuja, sit down round table, share the little that comes. And rather than baking more cake, what we specializes on in this part of the globe is the sharing of cake. And so that happens every month. But I think the really intriguing thing about the FAC is the fact that progressively, since this president came in, has been on the increase.
That means we are.
So, which means, of course, the president has done well in terms of blocking some loopholes. And of course, again, the reforms that happened, especially at the energy sector, also had aided this. But when you look at the extent, one would have thought, because the reform now, subsidy gone was announced since 2023.
Yes.
And here we are in 2025 May. So which means really that government is also doing so much to block all the leakages in federal government earnings. And these had helped to raise the value of monthly allocation. Okay. And today we're talking about 2.2 trillion.
I like the way you said the 2.2 trillion. Let me pause you for a bit, sir. And we have to.
Yeah, but I guess just to drop the thought is the fact that the 2.2 trillion to be shared between the states of federal government and the local government. But the most intriguing part of this is that majority or the greater part of this money actually goes to the last two tiers, the states and the local government.
All right.
And they need to start to hold these people accountable on how these resources that come to them on a daily basis are used. Is something that the nation had to work on. Because if the states are themselves functional as they should be, the type of complaints that you see around will not be that much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, so let me run very quickly and introduce my two guests. I have two guests on Zoom. I have Benga, who is my political analyst, who is becoming a regular face. Benga, good morning. How are you? Can you hear me now?
Good morning, Swift. I can hear you loud and clear. It's nice to be here today. Thank you so much.
It's nice to have you. Say hello to Doctor. Doctor too is trying to say hi to you, Benga.
It's nice to always see your handsome smile all the time.
All right, so I also have a second guest. It's not a newcomer to SOUQ family. Of course, we are talking about Mukhtar Admin. Mr. Mukhtar, good morning and welcome. How are you doing, sir? Mr. Mukhtar, are you there? All right. Okay, so let's run with Benga. Benga, very quickly, we are hearing about these allocations of a lot of money to the three tiers of government. Is this true federalism, or do you think something should be done? And how do you think funds should be monitored properly so that the usage can be seen in Nigeria fully?
Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, this is not true federalism. Secondly, the money is not too much. Thirdly, is that for us to have true federalism, let everybody earn from what they generate. So let it not be the money coming from federal downward. Let it be that you earn from local government, from state, and then you give a percentage to federal. That is where you can talk about true federalism. Now, the money is not too much because if you look at our budget, per capita, per the number of citizens that we have in this country, and then you compare it to budget of smaller nations like Angola and other African nations around us, you see that we are not yet there in terms of the money being spent. So the issue of the money being too much is nothing at all to talk about. The issue is that even the little that are being allocated, are they being spent well such that it will be able to meet the need of the people? I can tell you for free that this government has done a lot at the presidency level to make sure that the masses enjoy the dividend of democracy. But the problem that we have had is that at the state level, at the local government level, there is so much neglect. For example, I can use my state. I'm from Ogun State as an example, and I can tell you that despite the increase in allocation, before Asiwaju came into government, Ogun State was getting around 2-3 billion a month before from the federal allocation. Now they are getting as much as 15 billion, a month, sometimes between 9 and 15 billion. And we have not seen it in terms of improve infrastructure. Yes, the governor has stepped up his game. Maybe now that he's eyeing senatorial posts, and so he is doing a tiny bit more. But if you put it side by side with the inflow into the economy from the federal purse, you would expect him to have done a whole lot more. Recently, they increased the salary of local government chairmen and the councillors across the state from around 250,000 that councillors were earning before, between 200 and 300 that they were earning before in Ogun State. I heard now that they are earning about 752 or 753,000 naira per month. That's for councillors. And I heard that the security vote of the local government chairmen have been increased from 2 million naira or 3 million naira to around 6 million naira. But that is not what we want. What we want is for local government to be able to make its own money and determine how it's going to spend it. And you will see that it's only a few states like Lagos where local government make their money and they are allowed to spend it in addition with whatever comes from federal, and it goes straight into local government purse, that you will see credible and tangible progress that you can point to. I mean, if you go to Lagos...
Talking about progress, can I pause you for a minute? Can I pause you for a minute? Thank you very much. We are going to come back to this school of thought. I have somebody else on Skype, so I would also want him to be a part of this conversation. Mukhtar Ahmed, good morning, sir. You are here right now. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mukhtar, can you hear me clearly, please?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so very quickly, if you have been listening to the trend of the conversation, we are talking about the distribution of funds between the 3 tiers of government, and we are seeing the allocation for August. And Benga is talking about the fact that local governments should be more accountable. I want you to take the conversation from there. How can we make local governments more accountable when it comes to the distributions of funds, and how the common man on the streets can benefit more, because the local government is the nearest they have towards the governing powers?
I think that we need to take civil education very, very seriously. So we need to start embedding civil education in our education from primary school, so that we can know the functions of the states, the local government, and the federal government. So because we trade blames, and we take the blame that is meant for our local governments to the federal, we take the blames that is meant for our state governors to the federal, and vice versa. So we need to put civil education into our curriculum, so everybody can know that, okay, if my street light is bad, is my local government. If my road is bad, is my local government. Because why some elected officers are on every hit for bad infrastructures and bad governance, some people that are actually meant to do the job are relaxing, and they don't have any need to push any needle because there's nobody coming for them. So the problem is, even we, the civilians, don't know who to push the blame to. And local government are getting allocation now. I truly hope the local government autonomy is working. If it's working, it means they are getting a lot of money and they are doing nothing. Average local government in Nigeria is now going home with about 300, 400 million every month, only to pay primary school teachers and maybe a few health workers. That's all. They are not fixing no roads. They are not fixing no infrastructure for the people. And the people don't know, because they are still screaming governors and the president.
So let me pause you for a bit. Coming back to you, Dr. Sir, there was something you talked about, that anytime that in some foreign countries, when contracts are being awarded, when you are being given political office, they take you back home. How do you think we can get our local governments accountable? Because I like it when you say that, and I'm always like, how do you think we can get our local government officials accountable, sir?
Well, I was listening to Bishop Hassan Kuka yesterday while he was speaking somewhere in Ghana talking about African democracy. And one of the issues that he raised was the fact that when they were asking whether democracy was dead, he was trying to understand which type of democracy that we're talking about. Is it the Western democracy? Or is it the Ghana, Nigeria kind of democracy? Or the Rwanda kind of democracy? And they said even China, they do also have their periodic elections, and which also qualified them to say that they're also democratic because there's a concept of opposition somehow, although they are not even allowed to go close to power. Now, these are the things that you see. In Rwanda, it's easier because the Imigo is working, because you have a strong man who is a leader. And of course, he calls the shots and determine what happened. And I think that is where we've been lacking really very seriously in this part of the world, where, of course, the locus of political power and the office holder are different. So you have the man who has the power, and you have the man who has the office. And the man who has the office has to always go back to the man who has the power. This is the issues that I was trying to raise yesterday when I said that you have a nation that is deeply very fragile because the state has lost power to actually determine what happens. So these are the nuances that you see in a democracy, that holding people accountable is difficult. So what if the man who has the power said that the man is doing well, who has the office is doing well, and it is have to be renewed? Because the people really are not participating as such. And to a very large extent, let them not even say they are not participating, because there are a lot of them also who participate. But they are looking up to that man who has the power to actually determine where everybody should go at every turn in an election. So these powerful people are in the places. And these are the ones that are actually determining where these resources are put to use. I think that is a problem we have. Becca talked about not true federalism. I always argue this, especially when I sit with people at the same table talking about federal theorization. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to federalism. And there's no true federalism anywhere. The word federal means agreement. It's how states agreed to run themselves. And that agreement is different from country to country, because what you see in South Africa Federation, what you see in Australian Federation is different from what you see in Canada Federation, is different from what you see in American Federation. So there's no one federation that is the same. Everybody agreed and said, based on our peculiarities and our uniqueness, this is how we want to be governed. But the question which is begging for answer is the fact that, do we even obey the covenants of our federation?
I like that. Doctor, let me pause you there. Benga, doctor has just shot you with a straight bullet. Are you ready for doctor? But the question I have to have, wait, Benga, can do like this, do like this. I know you are ready. Before you answer the question, when you answer, please, very quickly, you have less than 2 minutes. You must also tell us what you think local governments need to do for us to see structural development, because we are looking at an 11.2% increase in the financial disbursement of funds. What local governments should do, and of course, quickly straighten out with Doctor about true federalism. Let's go, Bringa.
Okay, so I believe that I disagree with Doctor that there is no true federalism. We used to have true federalism in this country. In this country, when we had the regions, the Western region has a set of law that is different, that allows it autonomy to do a lot of things without waiting for federal. The same thing for the Eastern region, the same thing for the Northern region. And that's why the Western region could, open its own TV station when even places like France have not had TV station. That's why Western region could do a lot of estates, that's industrial estates, that have now been abrogated as part of the central government now, without waiting for the federal. And when you are talking about federalism, the same thing is playing out in the United Kingdom now, where you see Scotland, they have their own currency, they have their own police, they have their own government locally, even though they are a subset of the central government in the parliament in England, but England has their own separate, Wales have their own separate, Northern Ireland have their own separate, and all of these make up one body, the United Kingdom. So saying that true federalism is not obtainable, I do not agree with that. And what I think local government can do to be felt is, one, this autonomy that is given to local government on paper. Federal government needs to do more to help local government to ensure that any state that is not implementing it to be letter, just like they declare state of emergency in Liberty, they could as well declare state of emergency there, because there are many states up till today that the money going to the local government is not getting to the local government first straight away. And in some places where it gets to the local government first, there is a way where the state government will, the local government chairman will sign back the money to state first, and then the state will now be disbursing it to them in piecemeal, disallowing them to do good things. I can tell you states, but so that they won't say you are alleging, bring your evidence. But there are states that I know that are doing that. And to curb that, we need to have INEC doing local government election, not state electoral committee anymore, because what we have in most states, I don't know about the whole of Nigeria, but I can speak freely about my own state, Lagos and Ogun State, where I come from. I can speak, what we have in most of those places now is selection, not election. So, and as long as it is the governor that will be selecting who becomes local government chairman, you won't be able to get the best from them, because he who pays the piper will call the tune. So when INEC takes responsibility for doing local government elections, such that people will have a little bit more of level playing field than we have today. It is because state electoral committee is doing local government elections.
Less than 40 seconds to wrap up, please.
Yes. All the available posts. So I just believe that's what needs to be done to curb this issue and ensure that local government stand on its feet. People's wish are respected at election, because it is when people's wish are respected at election that it will now play off in governance.
Okay, Gbenga, thank you very much. All right, so Mukhtar, coming to you very quickly, and you hearing the conversation of true federalism and election. I want you to say a bit about that. But the question I have for you, again, which is what I asked Gbenga, what do you think local governments can do? And what do you think the people, how the people, because you talked about demands, civil, that when people know their civil rights, they can push. So what do you think local governments can do to prove that these funds that are coming in, we are seeing an 11.2% increase, is actually being used for infrastructure? What kind of projects do you think local governments need to embark on critically to move their local governments forward, sir?
Okay, quickly, I would like to make a rebuttal about what Mr. Gbenga said. I don't think INEC should conduct local government elections, because in one hand, you cannot be demanding for true federalism where states have, a level of independence, and then ask the federal government to organize their elections. What we need is stronger institutions, stronger judiciary. The judiciary that we have today, at the state level, they swing the governor's way. Their justice usually swing where the governor is, and we need to push every case to the federal level, to the Supreme Court, to get true justice.
Allegedly, let's say allegedly.
We need.
We are with you.
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah. Stronger institutions, especially in the judiciary. That is on one hand. And then secondly, what local government can do is investments. Everybody in Nigeria, all the state governments except Lagos and all the local governments, do not need to travel anywhere. They just need to come to Lagos to see what is going on. Local government does not need to spend all of their allocations. They need to go into investments. The easiest investment for any local government in Nigeria is agriculture. Invest heavily in agricultural equipment, and you start making money. everything we produce in Nigeria can be exported, and that is revenue for you. Because the major problem that we have in Nigeria, Mr. Gbenga is saying the FAC allocation is not enough. I agree with him. We need revenue. Everybody, local government, state government, federal government, we need to generate more revenue. And we are barely scratching our potential as a country in Nigeria. So local government needs to invest heavily in agriculture, and then they can generate employment for their people and generate revenue. So that's what I think we need to do.
Brilliantly spoken. Thank you so much. All right, as we wrap up the topic, or Doctor, do you want to drop one last thing? You know you are my favorite. I always let you drop one last thing. Yes.
You see, it's unfortunate. Why we try to paint a picture that we can have a society that actually works. But unfortunately, everywhere we turn to in this nation, we see that things are not working. And I think we must have to first and foremost acknowledge that. And that is why my mantra is the fact that until our values changes, a lot of things will not work.
Value.
I am from Medo.
Yes.
And in Benin, there's a proverb that says that the people who says the truth, they don't have clothes to go to village square. So I don't know where Mukhtar, for example, is going to get people who's going to run the institution of the judiciary, where they are. So whether we like it or not, that reality is what we are living with. And that is why we must be thinking of a situation or an environment that can help us actually, because justice is an issue here.
Yes.
Those who qualify don't get the office. So you have to know somebody who knows somebody to know somebody to be able to be somewhere. So there's nothing that is done on merit, whether it's at the private, whether it's at the public. So it seems that that's our nature. And we have to deal with that nature. And if we don't deal with the nature, there's no institution that we build, because the judges in America, they will rule. They don't look at the president's face to judge. Because they don't care if they lose the job. Have you seen somebody who resigned here before?
Your family will let you.
So these are the issues that we have to deal with. So because you have to keep your job, because that's the only way to benefit from the national cake, as they call it. So we do not even believe in the state structure in the first place. That's why it's not working. Peter Eke, our senior bond, did a very brilliant work. He called it the civil public. That in Nigeria there are two publics. There's the primordial public and the civil public. And the civil public, people don't believe in it. They steal from the civil public and take it to develop the primordial. But in the primordial, they dare not steal. And you know what that means if you do it in the local place. They know how to catch you. So these are the things that until we transfer that loyalty to our primordial, to the civil place, you can make 1,000 laws. You can build 10,000 institutions. It will not produce results.
Talking about producing results, we all need to be very careful, because Doctor is advocating that we start to use Ifa and Ogun to swear when we have been sworn into office. All right, we have to wrap up that topic very quickly. I have three brilliant gentlemen, and the Lagos State governor said something. I had the privilege of being at the conference where they were about to swear in the local government chairman, and he admonished each of them that they should ensure that they do not go and rent houses or build houses outside their local government, that it is mandatory in Lagos State for you to live within your local government so that your people can reach you easily and you can see infrastructure. We hope that is followed, and of course that would boost a lot of infrastructure. Up next, we are talking about urban water development. Yes, I said urban water development. Are you in shock? The idea is that FG has pleaded that fresh investment in water sanitation and hydro-powered projects should be the next thing. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to advancing key water sanitation, irrigation, and hydropower projects across Nigeria as part of its efforts to meet sustainable development goals, which it sets. Now, the FG targets universal access to clean water, sanitation, and this, the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Joseph, he made the plea in Makurdi, Benue State, at the opening of the 8th International Water Conference of the Nigerian Institution of Engineers. Doctor, let me start with you. No, let me throw some light to Mukhtar. Let me start with Mukhtar at this time. Let me do some favoritism. Mukhtar, are you with me?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
We are talking about sustainable water. It is a reality that in Nigeria, when you are building a house in most states, part of your investment is in boreholes. Now, the minister is talking about the federal government looking at investing in sustainable, clean water. When we were growing up, we had water board. Water was provided for you by the federal, state, local government. What is your take on this? And is it realistic that we can go back to that time when it was the federal, state, and local government who provided clean, sustainable water for their citizens in Nigeria?
This is a very laudable project because water is one of the basics that we need as human beings to survive. And as decent people, as civilized people, we need clean pipe-borne water in our homes. And it's not rocket science. We can do it. We only need two things. We need the investment and we need the political will to do it. That's the two things that we need. So the minister and the government just need to be determined to make it happen and have the investments, the necessary investment, because is going to be such a huge investment because we have so much backlog of, even the existing cities is a lot of people. Lagos alone, I can't imagine how much investment they need to properly run water in Lagos. Talk more of the entire Nigeria. We are going to need a whole lot of money. So, and the political will, but this is good news. This is the Nigeria that we want if this comes to light, if this becomes a reality.
Right, Benga, I know that you have some experience in this. We are looking at water, sustainable water, hydro projects. We are looking at is it feasible? Is it possible? And what do you think needs to be done? We are talking of vandalism of network cables. If we are passing pipes around, part of the issues before was the vandalism of pipes that were carrying water from state board to different places where people were removing pipes to go and sell. Yes, that's a reality. Is this new project, is it feasible, is it doable, and what do you think the government needs to put in place to make it a reality, Benga?
Okay, so let me give you a quick background story about water projects in Nigeria. Since 1999, water has been a conduit, water and ecological fund has been a conduit to siphon money and kind of money for the boys. I know of several ministers of water and the atrocity that they were alleged to have committed in Abuja. Abuja does not have proper water up till now, despite the fact that it's the federal capital. And if you can go back to the budget between 1999 and 2023, you will see how much has been expended in making sure that Abuja has proper water network, but they don't have water up till now. It is individual efforts that gets water to your home in most places, then except a few government parastatals. So, but to get it right, now, water needs to be, I don't think it's on the exclusive list anyway. So the state government needs to handle water supply for their state. Take, for example, my state could have been self-sufficient in water supply, if not for the dirty politics played by the immediate past governor of Ogun State, because the governor before him, that's Otumba Gbenga Daniel, who is now a senator representing Ogun East in the Senate, bought 21 megawatt generator. That's 1,000 kilowatt generator. And because we had 20 water works in Ogun State, there are 20 local governments in Ogun State, and each local government have their water works station. So we had those 20 water works. The governor bought 20 megawatt, that's 1 megawatt generator to put in each of these states, in each of these locations, so that they can generate water, and then the excess energy generated can feed the community nearby. But when the person who succeeded came into power, he refused to install those generators, and till those generators got rotten. For 8 years, those generators were in Okemoson and nothing happened. You know, some part of it start getting stolen. So until we have governors who have that political will, like Mukhtar said, to provide water for the people. To provide water is not really hard. Even though today there is going to be need for a lot of interagency information sharing, like you have rightly pointed out, the issue of vandalism of this pipe, that pipe. Now, pipe for water has no issue like before. Before they used to use steel pipe to pass water, but now we have powerful PVC pipes that can do the job of steel pipe. And so I don't see anybody coming to steal PVC pipes that are passing water like they would do if it had been steel pipe. But then the government needs to now make, because a lot of feeder cable for network, a lot of feeder cable for petrol pipeline and gas pipeline have developed in the last 20 years that were not there before. So in order not to destroy one while trying to build one, there needs to be a lot of interagency collaboration between the states. And this is a job for state government. It's not a job for federal government. The only one federal government needs to worry about is building dams. And that building dams is for hydropower so that we can have this distributed generation. You know, they have tried it during the time of Ohiare Sanusi, who was the I think DG of the Nigerian Rural Electrification Commission inside the Ministry of Power at that time, where they were doing distributed generation testing in some villages. I mean, there was one village along Agoiwi that was a beneficiary of that project that time. That village, there is no outage of electricity. They have electricity 24/7 because of that project. So the one that federal government needs to concern itself about is the building of dam aspect for electricity generation on the long run. But for pipe-borne water, drinking water for the people, I think it should be in the purview of the state government. And if the state government are willing, it is something that is doable, that within 18 months to 2 years or 2.5 years, they can get it up and running, especially across states like Ogun, state like Lagos, up and running. And this will reduce pressure on the seismic activity that is waiting to happen, because the one that everybody is.
Benga, thank you. Points made. You know, we always have 2 minutes. Let's run quickly to Doctor. Thank you very much. Doctor, I am back to you. The two gentlemen have made valid points, but my question is still, is this feasible? Is this achievable?
Well, I think I can agree less with what Benga just said about the politicization of development. And I think that's the basic challenge that we have to deal with. Professor Cloud Ake, God bless his soul, one of the greatest political economists that Nigeria ever produced, wrote several works on how politics underdeveloped Africa, and indeed Nigeria, after Walter Rodney published his groundbreaking book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Now, what is the issue here? And I think these are the fundamentals. In the 1970s, early 70s, late 70s, we had pipe-borne water running up in the village. I went to a village in Igbogila, and I saw...
Where's Igbogila, sir?
After Ilaru, at the border between Ogun and Benin Republic.
Wow.
You can still see the carcass of pipe-borne waters that are on the road. And these were done in the 70s. If you come to my state in Edo, you will see same.
Yes.
There were waterboard running, and people were drinking. Then going to school as a child, you see, you can feel chlorine in the water that you were drinking. And then we didn't have this trillion in budget to spend. So it's just a function of how we have declined as a people in terms of values. And I think that is the key world, that people now benefit from the misfortune of others. Because we keep seeing World Bank putting money on water, electrification, water projects in rural areas. And of course, if the pipe waters are born, then of course, which means those funds will not be coming. Just as people are taking advantage of educational disadvantaged people to collect money from donor agencies. And I think this is our predicament. And these are the things that we really need to do with, because eventually they remain something like a campaign issue every electoral cycle.
Water.
So I will give you water, I will give you electricity. So when they give you water, they won't have any issues to campaign with anymore. And I think this is a problem that we have to deal with our politics.
Yes.
And I think this is why I keep talking about where you see the locus of power is and where the authority to implement actually is. There are two different things. The minister can be saying one thing, and of course the people who hold the power don't want that thing to happen. These are the contradictions in our systems. And I don't know the agencies that can do this. But like I said to people, if you look what has happened elsewhere, you see how a religious institution actually had created that atmosphere for value creation that sustains society. I spoke about the Protestant ethics in Europe that transformed the whole of Europe. Now look at the role, if you go to Saudi Arabia and see what the Islam religion is doing. But incidentally in our place here, both the Christian and the Islamic religion, now we don't know whether they are the true kind of religion, because we can't see how Islam is developing United Arab Emirates, developing Qatar, cannot develop Nigeria. How Christianity can build Europe and it cannot build Nigeria. So which means the version of Christianity or Islam we have, something is wrong with it that needs to be checked, because that is the building block for society. Because what you have here is that they put money in a place and say we are going to do this, and then after 4 years, we come back again and look, where's the money? We don't see it. Somebody again come to make a promise. And I think it's so sad.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Before I run off, Mukhtar, are you still with me? I want to ask a very basic question, because I know you are an entrepreneur. So my question is, some people, some school of thought have raised, and they are afraid that, look, if these projects go on, there are people who make a living by selling borehole projects to individuals, empowering companies, and these people are empowering Nigerians and Africans. If this kind of projects go on, what do you think? Would it be a business shutdown for these people, or is it important that this is implemented? Very briefly, before we take you on a break.
This is very, very important to be implemented. There's no argument about that. And for people that their business is drilling borehole and all of that, Nigeria as a country, we've only developed maybe about 40% of our arable land. What happens to the remaining 60%? People can go into those arable land to start farming, and we'll still need boreholes for irrigation and water. The Minister of Agriculture just yesterday was speaking about dry season farming. They are going to need water. So they can go into those 60 undeveloped land to support farmers. I'm looking at, if Nigeria is truly going to develop and reach our potential, we need to go to agricultural industrialization. So we are going to need them for irrigation and water projects, for dry season farming, for even wet season farming to support the rain. So there is definitely going to be jobs for them.
Thank you very much. All right, so gentlemen, let me get you to have a breather. And right about now, I'm about to take you on a brief break. And when we come back, the topics are hot. It's going to be brewing, and I'm going to be pitching each of the gentlemen against each other. I have something up my sleeves. Do not go anywhere. This is still SOUQ Business Landscape. Please ensure you drop your comments and you follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ TV, SOUQ News TV, by the way, and we want to put a face to you, so please drop your comments so that we can like and share and tell somebody to tell somebody. Let's take you on that quick break. I am still Swift Aderito. Do not touch it.
Think like that, because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
We make Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this. like within this side, let's also let citizens see something. This is SOUQ business now.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and governments to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olawiye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards irresponsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged, and in some cases incentivized, to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babátúndé Fáṣọlá demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
First of all, the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by keeping for their staff. Within this side, let's also let citizens see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
All right, they say for economic development to take place, all hands must be on deck. Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we talk about every issue that affects us from economics to development to infrastructure in the country. My name is Swift Aderito, and I have three very handsome gentlemen and intelligent men all over the place. I have two on Skype. Let me introduce my Skype guests first. I have Gbenga. Gbenga, how are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm still right here.
It's nice to have you. I also have Mukhtar, who is not in the country but has decided to be with us by fire by force. We love you already. How are you doing too?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Of course, and sitting beside me, who never leaves me, is never far away, according to Lagbaja's song, my very own, the oracle himself, Dr. Edawasa. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine.
All right.
Pleasure always being here with you.
Okay, so gentlemen, are you ready for me now?
I think Gbenga is ready for you.
Gbenga is ready for me.
I know so.
All right, let's get Gbenga ready for me. All right, so the next thing we want to discuss, which is thought-provoking, is the aviation sector. And the idea is that the aviation Nigeria is set to receive the first dry-leased aircraft in 20 years. And this was said by the Minister of Aviation himself, Keyamo. The Festus Keyamo said he announced that Nigeria will take a delivery of its first dry-leased aircraft in nearly 2 decades on October 6th. He put a date to that. He made the revelation during a groundbreaking ceremony for Art Peace New Maintenance Hang at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. Keyamo attributed this milestone to the global removal of Nigeria from the aviation blacklist, which is a good one. And he said, thanks to the implementation of the Cape Town Convention, an international treaty that facilitates aircraft leasing and financing. Now, the incoming aircraft was secured through the Air Peace Max, a significant improvement in the country's aviation credibility and operational capacity. And the minister emphasized that dry leasing, which involves leasing an aircraft without a crew or maintenance, had been impossible for years due to Nigeria's non-compliance with global standard in the aviation. The development is expected to enhance airline operations and attract further investment in the aviation sector. Talking about this groundbreaking revelation, Gbenga, what is your take on it? What are the pluses for Nigeria? And what do you think that the aviation industry also needs to be careful so that we don't get back to the blacklist again?
Well, thank you very much. It's a good news for the nation, even though the government should not be beating drums as though this is all about debt. It's it's an effort of an individual that rubs off on the nation, even though we must say kudos to the government because some of the government policies lately has made business environment more friendly and more helpful for the aviation practitioners who are serious to be able to play very well. So let me give you a background story. What usually happens before now is that some people, I don't know, I don't want to say maybe they are stealing government money or things like that, but they just hit this money. They don't know too much about aviation business. They depend on government patronage, then they go and open airline because the president is their friend, the some ministers are their friends. So, and because government officials fly on their airline regularly, so it will not, the lack of knowledge will not show. Eventually, when the government that is friendly to them leaves power and another government comes, you will see them struggling to survive. And that is what led to many companies that we had over the last 20, 30 years not being able to survive more than 5, 10 years for many of them. But you know, when airpeace came in, they came in from the place of knowledge, they came in from the place of seriousness for the business. They were not necessarily depending on government patronage, even though government patronage is an added advantage. And because of that seriousness, they were investing in the aviation sector, the real resources in human capacity building, in infrastructural capacity building for themselves. And this is what has eventually paid off. But we must give kudos, especially to this present administration, because this present administration has been able to negotiate a lot of things that help many of these aircraft owners and airlines to be able to operate internationally. So with this dry list coming now, what it means is that before, what many of those unserious airlines used to have is wet list. If you have flown before, if you have flown maybe from Lagos to Abuja before, and you see that all your cabin crew, there are people from maybe Eastern Europe, like Ukraine, Lithuania, Romania, you know, those are wet lists because when you wet list a plane, they will give you their cabin crew, they will give you their insurance, they will be, the only thing you are doing is like you are chartering the plane for a temporary period. So you are the one buying well in for the plane, you are the one, you know, charging for how much you take for the location, and that's all you are doing. And it's always temporary. But with dry list now, you can put your own crew on the plane. You can put you do your own insurance for the plane, you pay all the fee, then your engineers will be the one maintaining the plane, and it's a longer term project rather than wet lease. And the benefit for that is that the person leasing the plane has more flexibility to do more things with the plane than if it had been a wet lease. And also in terms of payment of salary for the crew. So most of those wet lease, those people are coming from Europe, so you are probably paying their salary in euro, and it's expensive for you to maintain if you compare it to the naira equivalent here. So if you are paying a pilot in Nigeria maybe 2 million naira per month, and you have to pay a pilot from Europe about maybe 7,000 euro per month. I'm just saying because I'm sure that a pilot should earn more than 7,000 euro per month, you know. But even if you put it at 7,000 euro per month, and euro is about 1,800 and something naira, you know, you convert it back to naira, you are paying almost 15 million naira per month for the pilot compared to the 2-3 million naira you would have paid if you had hired yourself locally. So there is more benefit for profit, and then for the industry to continue to expand, because if you do dry lease for like 2, 3, 4 planes, then you can be able to fly to more locations both locally and internationally, and then you'll be able to meet more demand of the people. So it's a good one for airpeace, and it's a big kudos for the Ministry of Aviation. We must give kudos especially to the minister who has been showing, you know, at first when they put him there, I felt a lawyer, you know, what does he know about aviation? But he has, you know, allayed all our fear. During his time, many companies have done their joint Juhai 2, that's joint users haulage, where they put fuel together. for many of and it was a big success. That has also helped in reducing the burden on, aviation fuel for the industry players. So we must give kudos to the minister, we must give kudos to the government, and of course kudos to Air Peace. And I think Air Peace is still going places. This is just the beginning for them.
Thank you so much, Benga. Brilliantly said. My next handsome gentleman, Mukhtar, I am coming to you because I know you do fly a lot. You fly international, you fly local. And right about now, many times people like you, a lot of people always say, oh, we prefer international flights because when you fly internationally, and it's always the difference between local flights as far. Now, we are looking at strides that a private entity is making in the aviation sector, and we're also looking at the accomplishments the aviation sector is making. What's your take on this, and how do you think this is going to improve the aviation industry and economic generation for Nigeria as a country?
Okay, quickly, I'll answer the last question first. The impacts mainly that we need to look forward to is with dry leases is cheaper overhead. Like Mr. Gbenga rightly said, paying local crew is cheaper than paying foreign crew. So that means cheaper overhead. Then we should see slightly drop in prices of tickets for people that fly with dry leases, especially when more airlines are able to access this dry lease. Then secondly, job opportunities. So with dry leases, we get to employ more local cabin crew and more local pilots. Now, I would like to clarify some things Mr. Gbenga said. This dry lease thing is the sole success of the minister because two things. When he came in 2023, the first thing he did was to tell Mr. President to approve an emergency money to upgrade all the safety equipment in all our airports. So these are one of the things that international companies are looking at before giving us their planes. Our safety equipment were bad. So he replaced it in 2023. Then in 2024, he signed the Cape Town Convention Agreement, which is like a global agreement that guides aviation industry globally. And to summarize what the agreement is about, it means if they give a plane to a Nigerian company like Air Peace or any other airline and they default, the airline should be able to remove their plane immediately. But without Nigeria signing that, it means whoever is giving us plane, we have to go through Nigerian courts. They have to go through the High Courts, Appeal Courts, Supreme Courts, and we know how it can be stretched. So that is why nobody is giving us planes on dry lease. Because if their plane can be here for 3 years while we are not doing what we are meant to do. But with wet lease, if you are not paying, if you are not meeting your obligation, their crew will just fly their plane out. And beyond these dry lease opportunities, what we are going to see is, for example, Emirates of this world, the biggest airline in the whole world, they don't pay for planes out of pocket. They pay in what's in layman time, in higher purchase, meaning they pay small. They get these brand new planes and then they pay over time. The biggest airlines, they do that. I made the example of Emirates. But Air Peace and other Nigerian airlines, they have to pay out of pocket. So there's no way we can compete with the best in the world. Because while the best in the world, if, for example, if they have $1 million, they can take delivery of 10 planes and spread the payments. While as a Nigerian company, you're owed $10 million because you are paying out of pocket, you are paying at once, you have access to one plane. So how do you compete? So, and all of this is achieved through the compliance with the global best practices, as led by Festus Keyamo, who is the Minister of the Aviation in Nigeria right now. So, and the other airlines that are on wet leases before now, they are not on serious, like Mr. Gbenga said. That is what is obtainable because we are not complying with the global best practice in our aviation industry locally. This is a very, very huge win. And we are going to see more players in the aviation industry. More companies are going to come because now it is easier to run the business. Like I said, you don't have to pay out of pocket to buy planes. You can spread your payments and you can get dry leases. So it's going to be easier to run business. And, when there's competition, the consumer smile. So over the next few months, I'm looking forward to cheaper air tickets for Nigerians.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Coming back to you, Doctor, you're always by my side. Yes. I know what they say about people.
I'm smiling because
yes.
Mukhtar said consumers are...
I'm going to smile, yes.
So I'm smiling already.
For those of you that don't know, nobody flies more than Doctor. Yes, now coming down to you, sir. With this new development, do we see local airlines start to meet global standards when it comes to flight procedures, the way their planes are being, maintained, the way customers are treated? Those are part of the questions stakeholders are asking.
Yeah, but I think this is just one side of the conversation.
Okay.
The fact that, of course, we now have access to the global market to also get aircraft like every other person is getting, and there are no too many stringent conditions that are attached to it.
Yes.
For me, what makes it very beautiful is the fact that we can do this. Pilots are not imposed on us, crew or air hostess are not imposed on us. Also, we guarantee some employment for Nigerians, and that's also a plus.
Yes.
Because some people will be taken off poverty. So if many other persons, like Mukhtar said, take advantage of this opening, which of course will have a lot of competition, and so many Nigerians will eventually be employed. I was asking somebody yesterday that, look, where will Dangote see 10,000 drivers from? He said, they're everywhere. I said, really? So you can imagine that we have big players coming to the airline sector also. Thousands of air hostess.
For those young students at aviation school, they will now have
pilots,
to work.
Captains. Yes. So you find that ground staff at the airport. Airport become busier. We become to be bigger, of course, airports. So there's a multiplier effect that comes with this. It's
like
something that cannot be quantified in the immediate. But what's the beauty is that we're having a government that is doing what government should do. What's the business of government? The business of government is to facilitate trade for private individuals.
Yes.
Not to control, but to ensure that people are given that level playing field to compete globally. And I think that's what Festus has done over the years. And he has brokered series and series of agreements, including EPIS getting into United Arab Emirates, although we are still looking for more flights, getting into Heathrow. All these things are things that he has been pushing to ensure that we are also playing big in the airline industry. Even if there's no Nigerian air, at least we have EPIS.
We have something. And Doctor, your pride, is it, I know that, yes, Festus Keyamo is doing Nigeria a lot of pride, but is part of this pride coming from the fact that it's your statesman? It's just a question.
No. When people do well, they do well, so we just commend them for doing well.
I see Gigi. For those of you that don't know, just know. All right, so let's jump right next to the next one, which is it's a bit dicey because Nigerian crude oil output drops below OPEC's quota. And in August, this one is, the fact is that Nigeria's crude production has declined in August 2025, and this is reversing the upward trend that saw the country exceed its OPEC production quota for 2 consecutive months. According to fresh figures from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, Nigeria produced an average of 1.43 million barrels per day in August. It dropped from 1.507 in July and 1.505 MBPD in June. The decrease has placed Nigeria about 606,000 barrels per day below its assigned quota of 1.5 MPD. This drop comes just after the country celebrated its increased output in July, which has pushed it above the target set by OPEC. The setback raises concerns about the stability of the Nigerian oil production, which remains a key source of national revenue. Industrial analysis points to factors such as operational challenges, pipeline vandalization, and underinvestment as possible contributors to production decline. Before I run to my two gentlemen on Skype, on Zoom, Doctor, what do you think? You know, we talked about the oil fall, how it was going to boost the economy. This is not very good news.
Well, of course, I think the vagaries in every business environment is the fact that you have the ups and the downs. And I don't think there are things that we should worry too much about. 66,000 barrel drop from OPEC quota. But I think we can do so much. There are a lot of investment that are coming into that sector. And we also see a lot of activity that happened. And one is likely to see that, of course, by the next month, you're going to have a kind of output that is short up a little bit. But as said, it's the fact that also we must understand that every investor is also looking at where profits and values really lies, and it's a trend. I was happy that when the president 2 weeks ago said that we have met our revenue target for 2025 without necessarily having to depend on oil.
Yes.
It was also a plus for us. Because don't also forget that people have argued that whether oil had been a blessing or a curse for us as a nation, that we had over-relied on oil for too long. So for me, I don't see it as a threat to revenue in the first place, but I also feel that there's a need for us to work hard.
Yes.
We need to see a lot of local players in that sector, government opening it up so that people can actually participate. And the things that government can do for us, just like we're seeing these positives in the aviation, seeing this positive in the refining, that we can also see that exploration is getting better with local participation. And then we can also find a way to secure our assets in that area. And then, of course, we can up our games. It will be a blessing, added blessing to the country.
All right, talking about added blessing, Benga, you have 1 minute because we will soon be wrapping up. And what's your take on this issue? And what do you think are the critical steps that the government needs to take so that this decline would not occur again next month or next quarter?
Well, I think in the oil production, there would always be ups and downs, and this one is not something to really fear about. It's only become a cause for concern if it is consistent. And to mitigate that, it being consistent, I think the government just needs to up their game on what they have already been doing. I mean, with the Transita team ensuring that vandalization is reduced to barest minimum, and also ensuring that more investments are getting drawn into the upstream sector to be able to get this crude oil out of the ground, and of course, so that this development will also help. And then I think one aspect that the government needs to do more on is continued consultation and awareness with host communities, because I am sure that one of the challenges that will lead to this decline would also be theft and vandalization. And if you are destroying host communities, farmland, and source of livelihood, and they are not commensurately compensated or carried along, and they are not seeing the benefit for their people, for the resources that is under their ground, because you know that if the Nigeria were to be like the US, if oil is found on your land, that oil belongs to you. So, but here, once oil is found on your land, it belongs to government. It's only when Indian help or is found on your land that it belongs to you, and then everybody is doing bandam up and down. So I think government needs to carry the villages, the people. And when I mean the people, I'm not talking about their political leaders. I'm not talking about even their village head alone. Let ordinary everyday citizens in the villages that the pipelines pass through, let them feel the impact of having oil coming from their ground. And then they will see it as their own and protect it for you. And this will, on the long run, help in increasing, meeting our OPEC quota and even exceeding it, because there are many nations. Then the one aspect that I want them to also not neglect is the international players gain because some of the international players, say for example, Saudi Arabia has OPEC quota of maybe 3.5 million or 4 million, and Saudi Arabia wants to produce like 10 million, and they don't want that glut to affect market prices. So many of them, it's alleged that they will go to weaker nations and sabotage the efforts of the weaker nations to meet their OPEC target. Thereby, when they flood their own excess into the market, it seems as if they are just closing the gap. It will not affect market prices. So what government needs to do is to wake up. That is the NIA, our international agency, intelligence agency, should wake up to ensure that if all these international angles are playing out, we don't fall victim. They can go to smaller nations and play their game there, but we should be able to protect Nigeria from all those international aspects, because most of the time you blame local vendors, but local vendors are just small fish in the scheme of things. The international power players are the bigger fish to fry, and we can do better through intelligence gathering to make sure that we protect our nation.
All right, thank you very much. Mukhtar, you are not the last, you are the best. Please quickly drop your 2 cents on this issue briefly. Yes.
Yeah, this is not an encouraging news, considering that the president has set 2.2 million barrel target for his administration, and we've seen that grew from 1.2 million barrels to what is presently has now. But this decline is very, very premature. So like what Mr. Benga said, we need to do better with our community outreach. There are still so many oil community that we are not able to explore the oil there. For example, the Opobo, and even the ones that we are currently exploring from, a lot of those communities are not happy. So and the only way they feel like their voice can be heard is through protest and through vandalism at times. So government needs to really, really do better. And I feel like they've been going about this in a very lazy way. Money has always been spent, even apart from the Nigerian government's pocket, from the international partners, the Chevron of this world, the ExxonMobil of this world. They've always paid money, but they paid money to the people with the political clout. The money don't get to the real people, and the real people are the people that does the dirty work. So we need to do better, and then we have to ramp up security. You know, if more players are coming into the refining industry, apart from Dangote, we barely can meet Dangote's demand. And Bua is supposed to come upstream in 2026. Edo State has a refinery. I hope the present APC administration does not stop the project, because that's the best project of the last PDP government in Edo State. The refinery is supposed to come upstream too. So if we cannot meet OPEC targets, how do we get oil to give all of these local refiners? Do we expect them to import at this point when we have the potential to produce the oil locally? So we need to take this is beyond meeting our revenue targets. The industrialization of our country depends so much on this oil. Scientists have told us that we can, from this crude refining, we can get up to 50 different industries. Plastic can be produced from it. Petroleum jelly can be produced from it. So many things. Bitumen that we use in our road construction. So a lot depend on this. This crude oil with refining industries coming can employ a lot of people, can wipe out our entire unemployment number. Everybody can be employed through this crude oil. So it's good that we are earning so much from non-oil revenue. But Dangote, for example, the refinery, you know the number of employment that it has done. So imagine Bua. imagine the Edo State, and more people, especially in the international community, they are looking at Nigeria and they are looking at the opportunity, but they want to see us stable before they bring this money in. So, Mr. President and whoever is in charge, the NSA, the security people, they need the petroleum minister. They need to make sure that we continue this upward trend to meet the target. Mr. President has already said we have the capacity to do 2.2, and he wants to do 2.2 million barrels per day. So we would love to see that come to fruition.
Okay, thank you very much. Guess what, gentlemen? And they say when there's a lady in between and we're having conversation, time runs. I didn't want to go, but I've just been informed that it's time for me to leave you. But before I leave you, I'm going to ask everybody a very delicate question. If you had a wish to eat anything you want to eat this afternoon, what would you have for lunch? Let me start with you, Doctor. Your favorite Nigerian dish, yes.
Now I'm confused.
You can't be confused. Mega, your favorite Nigerian dish, what would you have for lunch?
It's a cocolena. I'm an Indian woman.
What favorite Nigerian dish would you like to have for lunch?
I mean, it's 5 a.m. for me here in New York. I'll do papa and akara if I can.
Oh, yeah, coming back to you now, Doctor.
Okay,
yes.
I think I will go with Mukta. Papa and akara will be a good option.
Well, compared to all you Ajabotas, I will just simply do Gari and Kuli and we'll wrap up the day. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We've had a fantastic time. And Benga, Mukta, we hope we see you again. Doctor, thank you. Everybody, let's get everybody's, let's say, not last words, let's get everybody's goodbye. Mukta, let's start with you, please.
Goodbye. See you again, son.
No.
Well, it's nice being here. Go and follow SOUQ News on YouTube and like, subscribe, and share this. And let's get it across to everybody else who needs to know. And you can also follow me on Oluwayan1 on Instagram, Facebook, and other channels. Thank you
very much. Doctor?
Honored to be with this very brilliant young man this morning, and the conversation has been quite enlightening. Nigerians listening, let's hear ourselves out and let's build a nation that the generations after us will be proud of. Thank you so very much, knowing that you are there.
All right, they say if you must cook a meal properly and you must put all the ingredients. Thank you for being the beautiful ingredients of this morning's show. Everybody have a great day. Don't forget to follow SOUQ News, and remember, you are the only reason why the world smiles. So smile today. My name is Swift Aderito. Bye-bye.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market by keeping for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is SOUQ business nice.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono May Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ireko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name of Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predated his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetono presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim, and president of the United Muslim Council. He regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke.
and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Pega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that graded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were grading it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, is you could travel, and along the way we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we are seeing it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America, whereas a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The NOC civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education, where education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future, and I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key, but it takes time. I think the Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid. It's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira, to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day, me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be beholden to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera, but they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they've Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have choir player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is because God is angry with them. Earth and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama. And it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I'd like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows, and it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry, and we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood, there's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our assets. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles, and I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sport. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension. In in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online. By the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up to now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just in the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI. Right from CRM, customer relations management, service CRS and all that. They are already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Points by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you are already planning to fail. When there's no planning,
Many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, wasn't it just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And we had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. Hospitality. Africa is hospitality is Africa. So all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, follow the global best practices. It's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. A brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that take care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, to follow, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. Your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. Try, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. When the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So there's, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our client here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they were heard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days, he was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. We use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available. Even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what we call door integration. When we're talking about fraud, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, or once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software it's called MRS, My Mail Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be open. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? There's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to take into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times the kind of the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report you see, and when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose, they are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good services. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation for every, rack rate, for every money paid. There is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, these same sets will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in somewhere. They have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how we put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I will be launching soon, in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited the property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. The proper feasibility study. Well, let me give an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 100 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. He can do something smaller, even with 100 million, Yes, it depends. I just give the practical example. A lot of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, is value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. These guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly, and they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You have cost accountants. Apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. The recipes are there in the all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, like in Lagos State now, the talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. They are not 12.5. How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. It sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue. Look at the investment climb, look at the challenges. We rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. and this government arm will come and pay consumption tax, another will pay advert, another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, you know. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be in the, we call it investment roundtable, will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand, that's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja, you know. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know. And until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, you know, owners should look at, you know, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, you know, hospitality is going. You know, we talk about sustainability, you know, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. You know, those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know, a brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and I call myself a pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence slightly just before us. And Nkrumah, Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was a commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
your wife and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. But I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 Constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there has been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, SOUQ schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they've made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in this House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more
gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
The job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria, just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. And with all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. You see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you will ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent,
gets back to competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. When I say sporting media, yes, and also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough. But I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeso, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even though they are ready, are not funded. That work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Very warm welcome to you. Welcome to the Midday News at SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. The federal government has earmarked 300 billion naira to provide reliable electricity supply to teaching hospitals and universities nationwide. Chairman of the House Committee on Appropriation, Abubakar Bichi, made the disclosure during the unveiling of a solar hybrid intervention project at Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital in Kano State. He emphasized that the initiative reflects President Bola Tinubu's administration commitment to eliminating power disruptions in healthcare and education, two sectors vital to national development. The intervention will prioritize renewable energy systems and guarantee uninterrupted electricity, reduce dependence on diesel, and lower operational costs for critical institutions. Bichi explained that stable power would enable doctors to save lives without interruption and allow students to pursue academic activities in conducive environments. He also commended the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology alongside the Energy Commission of Nigeria for driving the implementation of the projects. Teaching hospitals and universities such as Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, Bayero University Kano, Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital, and Nasarawa Hospital are among the forced beneficiaries. The project follows repeated appeals by medical directors who had raised concerns over soaring electricity and diesel expenses, sometimes reaching 200 million naira monthly. Bichi noted that this special budgetary allocation was approved after consultation with the National Assembly and directives from President Tinubu, making a decisive step towards clean and efficient energy solution in Nigeria's public institution. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation has confirmed the appointment of Miriam Idris, Managing Director of NNPC Trading Limited, as Nigeria's national representative to the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. Her elevation positions her as a key voice in safeguarding Nigeria's interests within the global oil producers cartel. Idris, an economist with extensive energy sector experience, has served as a technical advisor to Nigeria's OPEC delegation and led critical price and evaluation strategies at NNPC. She also played a key role in Nigeria's extractive industries transparency initiative engagement and contributed to oil sector reforms through the Bureau of Public Enterprises and the Oil and Gas Implementation Committee. Her new role on OPEC's Economic Commission Board will strengthen Nigeria's influence on production quotas, pricing stability, and sustainable energy policy. NNPC said Idris will work closely with national stakeholders, including the Petroleum Ministry and NUPRC, to align Nigeria's energy agenda with OPEC's broader objectives while reinforcing the country's compliance with production commitments. And away from that story, Dangote Cement PLC Obajana plant has signed a 5-year community development agreement with the Jakura community in Kogi State to boost infrastructure, job creation, and social welfare projects. The agreement, which aligns with Nigeria's Mineral and Mining Act 2007 and Mining Regulation 2011, was celebrated by residents as a historic milestone that will transform livelihoods and strengthen cooperation between the company and its host community. At the signing ceremony, Dangote officials emphasized the company's commitment to good neighborliness, sustainable development, and peaceful coexistence. A governance structure will be established to oversee implementation, while the company pledged to commence agreed projects immediately despite the year's end. The initiative covers socio-economic and infrastructural programs, with support expected from local and state government to ensure long-term success. Government representatives and traditional leaders lauded the initiatives as a model for corporate social responsibility, with the Minister of Solid Minerals Development praising Dangote Cement as a responsible partner in national development. The Jakura community described the park as a dream fulfilled, noting that the project will foster peace, prosperity, and enduring socio-economic growth for generations to come. And our Anglo-American has confirmed a small round of job cuts at its Brisbane office and surrounding coal mines in Queensland, Australia. The move, which the company says is part of effort to simplify operations and respond to lower coal prices and rising costs, comes just a day after BHP announced 750 job cuts at its coking coal mine in the same region. Local reports suggest about 200 positions were affected, though the miner said most reductions were through voluntary redundancies. The company operates 5 steel-making coal mines in Queensland Bowen Basin and has been scaling back coal interest to refocus on copper, selling a 33% stake in one of its Australian coal mines last year for $1.1 billion. Anglo-American said the current restructuring was essential to safeguard the long-term future of its coal operation in central Queensland, despite the strain of high government royalties and subdued market demand. The cuts come at a critical time for the London-listed miner, which last week announced a proposed merger with Canada's SOUQ Resources, in which could become the second largest mining deal in history. Analyst notes the move signals Anglo-American's broader strategy to rebalance its portfolio towards copper and critical minerals while managing exposure to coal's ongoing market volatility. Lastly, on the news, the United States economy is under strain as weaknesses in the labor market align with persistent housing affordability challenges, creating conditions that threaten growth. Recent government data shows that unemployment rates and jobless claims at their highest levels since 2021, with unemployed citizens now outnumbering available jobs for the first time in 4 years. Economists believe this sharp deterioration marks further interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve almost certain. At the same time, the housing sector remains fragile, with average monthly mortgage payment nearly double pre-pandemic levels and affordability near record lows. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has already warned that the government may need to declare a national housing emergency if conditions worsen. High borrowing costs and soaring rents are forcing consumers to cut back on spending, which directly pressures company revenues and triggering further job losses, depending the SOUQ. Analysts warn that this dual strain could hinder the country's traditional economic flexibility by reducing labor mobility. Research indicates that addressing the 4.7 million housing units shortfall could add up to 1.7 million jobs and nearly $2 trillion in gross domestic product by 2035. For now, however, experts believe the economy will depend on interest rate relief, targeted investment, and regulatory reforms to balance these pressures and sustain growth momentum. And that's the news this afternoon. Do well to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe. Just Africa comes up in a bit. Stay with us.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3rd million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangoshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelt is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
A beautiful afternoon to you from wherever you're watching us from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, your window into the continent's business, economy, and development stories. Here, we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and track the forces shaping Africa's future. Today, we are talking about something that affects every part of our daily lives. That's leadership and management. And you agree with me, the leadership and management are key to Africa's growth because leadership is about setting the vision, pointing the way forward. But without management, that vision may never come to life. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studio in Lagos, and I am Omevi Idolor. And I don't have to do this alone. I have Emmanuel Abulu with me. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello once again. Hello, Omevi. And hello, our viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, we've got a very, very exceptional person who's going to come and help us break down this conversation around management and, of course, leadership. And I'm very, very sure those of you who stick around, you would learn a thing or two.
Yes.
Let's give it to like
but you know, when it comes to leadership and management, some people think that it is just a one-way thing. But I see the fact that leadership is the vision. It's like, okay, this is like a driver who is driving the vehicle. He knows where we're going to. He knows the direction. But you also need management, which is the engine of that vehicle. Because a leader who does not know how to manage resources, a leader who doesn't know how to put things together, who doesn't know how to manage people, will definitely drive you into the vehicle. You understand? So, you understand? So there is always the need for a very good vision and for the ability for you to have good managerial skills, for you to manage people, resources, and everything that involves leadership. And it helps Africa economy to grow.
I mean, everybody keeps saying, oh, Africa's problem is their leaders.
Yeah.
The leaders really come from the citizens, isn't it? We did not come from space.
I'm a little. Yes, we'll dive into that conversation, but right now we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we have an amazing guest who will be taking us the physical, the spiritual, the economical, and all the cars on the show. Just stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. On today's show, we explore how the right blend of leadership and management can unlock Africa's full potential, turning opportunities into real progress for businesses, economies, and everyday people. Joining us to unpack this important topic is Pastor Samuel Sanusi. He is the CEO and General Secretary of the Bible Society of Nigeria, and he's live in the studio with us. Hello, Pastor Samuel. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
With you. I'm good.
Yes, I am very, very good. And how was getting to the studio?
Very easy to come.
Very, very easy.
It was favorable today.
Yeah. Anyone who stays in Lagos will definitely tell you that. So, yes, it was actually favorable. Okay, so to the business, I want to ask, how do you make the average Nigerian understand the topic of leadership and management for Africa's economic growth?
Thank you so much. So much has been said about leadership and management. And you have various schools of thoughts. You know, when you read leadership books, many of them agree to the fact that leadership is all about influence. Now, but the leader that wants to influence, how does he influence? Before we come to the studio, we're having some chats, and somebody said, you can be a leader and lead people aright or lead them astray.
Yeah.
So that means the vision of the leader goes a long way to impart his people or our people in the journey of leadership.
Yeah.
Now, some other people also say, when you talk about management, some people are just to manage. This is where it is given to me.
Yes, sir.
I cannot change it. Even if it's going to lead us to nowhere.
Yes.
This is where we have been doing it. Status quo must remain. Some people see management as that. But if you look at it, turn it around. I want to be a leader. I have a vision. This is where I want to go. Then how do I now galvanize my people? How do I galvanize the stakeholders in leader that will help me to achieve my vision as a leader? And that is where management comes in. How to manage the people, how to manage the resources, how to manage the finances, and what have you, in order for the leader to achieve the vision. So in a nutshell, both leadership and management goes hand in hand. You cannot lead well without managing well. You cannot manage well without influencing the people and the situation around you to ensure that the vision you have as a leader comes to reality. So both must go hand
in hand. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so there is a test of character when it comes to leadership. Because not every leader, do you agree with me that it's not every leader that is the right leader for every sector? Now the question is, what are those tests that leaders must be able to pass for them to be tagged a good leader?
Thank you very much. Number one thing a leader must do, a leader must be able to walk the talk. I want to assure you on this show that if you come to my organization, because each time I listen to radio, television programs and all that, you attend events, people talk.
Yes.
And one thing I've come to tell people is that we should stop from what our acronym is not my, it did not emanate from what I want to say now. Yeah. But in the course of one of my trainings, locally here, of course, the facilitator came and said, we should stop being Atana. A-T-A-N-A.
Okay.
What does Atana mean? All talks and no action.
Oh, okay.
So we keep talking, leadership, management, do it this way, do it. But if we don't put what we teach into action, we'll keep talking. And I'm glad to tell you that if you come to my organization, the Bible Society of Nigeria, what I'm going to tell you here today is not because I read them in the books, or I went to Harvard or seminar, and I'm just coming to teach you theory. If you work with them, you know that whatever I'm telling you here today is what we do. And that's why people find it difficult to say, are you still in this Nigeria or are you in Africa? How come?
Yes.
Because it's like in the setting of today, the truth is becoming the lie. And the lie is becoming the truth. People find it difficult when you say, this is what I earn, and this is what I pay, and this is what I say, are you sure? You know, the issue of trust is key to leadership.
Yes.
I've had opportunity to talk to government, people in leadership, and I tell them, look, the only challenge we have in Nigeria today is not because, or even Africa at large, it's not because we have bad citizens or bad people we are leading. The problem we have to solve as leader is the problem of trust. Can my people trust me? And trust is not bought, you earn it. You have to work, people have to see, oh, this is a man of integrity. If he says this, even if it's going to cost you some inconveniences. You know, I come from Bible Society, so when I talk about Bible, no, I'm bringing my plea from the Bible. The Bible says in Psalm 15 that who will go to the kingdom of God? I'm paraphrasing it now. Say, he that swore to his heart. Sometimes you made a decision, you made a promise, but at the end of the day, it's going to cost you something. So are you going to back off? Because now I've made this pledge, I'm going to do this, but when I now look at the cost, can I back out? If you back out, then you're not a leader. Integrity, accountability tells you that for you to be a trusted leader, when you say I'm doing this for the benefit of the people, you go all out and get it achieved.
Yeah.
And then your people will begin to earn their trust. Not just because you say it, but because you have done it and people have seen you do it. They become somebody they can trust and follow.
Wow.
Okay. So, Pastor Sam, I mean, me, I'm always all about your good leadership will always come from good followers, right? But where do you place, quality or strategic communication between a leader and its followers? Because sometimes if your ideas are not properly communicated, it gets lost in translation of communication. Where do you place communication in this?
No. With the team, I read communication.
Okay.
I started my career as a public relation person. And when you talk about public relation here in the part of the world, they see it as bribe. Public relation is not bribery. Now, effective communication, how do you go about it? When do you say communication is effective? It's not by blowing grammar or speaking English. If I pass a message to you and you don't understand, definitely I'm going to get a wrong result. For instance, in my organization, what we do in setting our annual targets or budget or everything is not a top-down thing. We start from the bottom. So if the cleaner in the office has an input in our target, the cleaner in the office has an input in the strategic direction. Okay, now I want to budget for stationery in the office. I used stationery, but I'm not there to go and buy it. So the cleaner or the officer said, be able to say, last year we bought this stationery for this. From the way market is going, I think in our next year budget, we should add 1 naira or 2%, because he or she had it. So the man or the woman in that line gives me an information. So it goes from that young person in that organization to the next person, to the next person. By the time we come together as management, we're not just pushing it down their throats.
Okay.
That this is what the management wants. This is where we're going. Then it's your first, but the thing is coming from them. So they own the policy. They own the target. All management does is to just, okay, let's fine-tune it as, okay, all these things are brought together. And in our management, no idea is foolish. Bring your idea. Then when management sits, we sit to now, okay, let's sieve the wheat from the chaff. But that down person there has a say. By the time everybody has a say, you are communicating. By the time you get back to them, it's not totally new to them. So, oh, this thing they say we should do in this area, oh, it's one of them I suggest. And do you know what you're doing? You're encouraging that person to say, you matter in this. You count in this. Your opinion counts. We're not just forcing it down your throat. So by the time we all have this understanding, of course, they may bring something that may be maybe personal or not properly articulated. So when you come to management, you fine-tune it, you get back to them. You say, this is what we thought we would do. For instance, there was a time we said, we call a staff meeting And we say, okay, what Bible society do you envision in the next 10 years? Everybody begin to talk about, oh, we now saw a lot of sentiment. Oh, one Bible said to be this, go there, this one, okay? Very good. By the time we now stand as many, we look at some other indices which they may not understand. We came back and said, okay, thank you for your input. We have looked at it as management. Based on X, Y, Z factor, can we look at it this other way? Everybody bought into it. And so when the year started, I was, okay, based on what we all agree, we're going to do so number of Bible distribution in 2025. We're going to raise the amount of fund in 2025. Because I'm not forcing it down their throats. They made their contribution. And then we fine-tune it and sell it back. Everybody buys into it. And it's everybody doing this on our part to ensure that that vision, that goal, that objective is achieved.
Yes, I love the fact that you drove us to the path of vision. I love that. Now, many vision, when people talk about, leaders talk about vision, it is meant to be rooted into service to humanity, service to people as a leader. But these days, we don't really see that much, even though we see it. So the question is, how do we have visions that are deeply rooted on serving the people, on building the economy, and not more of personal gains or self-satisfaction?
Thank you so much, Omefi.
Yes.
Now, the challenge I have seen in African leadership is that most of us, when we come to, perhaps maybe some people find themselves in leadership unprepared. They just stump to it, and before you know it, they take like 1 year or 2, they are still battling with what to do.
Yeah.
They don't even know the vision. But when you are prepared for vision, for leadership, then you have a vision, where am I taking my people to? And there must be one thing, intentionality. I've gone across Africa, and particularly in my country here in Nigeria. I see there are so many abandoned projects. And Nigeria, we are not progressing as we ought to have progressed. Why? Because when I'm bringing this policy, is it for my self-aggrandizement? Is it that to benefit me or to benefit the people? So when leaders are making policies or they are visioning, we should look at the totality of the people we are leading. What is the need of this guy? What is the need of that sector? And one big problem with Africa, and let's talk about Nigeria now, is the issue of paucity of data. Now, you can't work, in fact, somebody said, you can't work without data because data is the currency for the future. You can't measure, you can't manage what you cannot measure. How do I manage, okay, I want to manage Nigeria, I want to be the president, but how do I manage these people when I don't have quality data? Unfortunately, it's not just in Africa. I came back recently from one of the Middle East countries, and I was asking my host, and the guy said, see, Samuel, the problem with this country is that we did our census last in 1932. 1932.
You don't say.
That's when they have their last census.
That's older than Nigeria.
And when the census was done, 1932, all they have been doing up to today is just a guess estimate. Let me put it that way. Not even an estimated. So if I say our population is 20 million, it is just a guesswork. Because the last time we did a proper census was 1932.
Wow.
Okay, come back home. How do you plan for people you don't know?
You don't even know, yes.
How do you plan for people? And sometimes when we have the so-called data, how reliable are those data? Are the data embedded with some element of sentiment? Okay, if I say, for instance, now the Yorubas in Nigeria, we are 1 million. That should be the real figure, for instance. But I think if I say we are 1 million, then, and the Hausa has come and say they are 10 million, so then, am I cooking up something to just, how reliable is that data? So, and without this data, quality data, about who are Nigerian, who we are leading, who are Africans, then we'll continue dancing around the circle.
Yeah. So Pastor Sam, I know using your organization, the Bible Society, as an example, right? Somebody who is aspiring to be a leader, especially a young person, how do you advise that person? What do you expect them to learn or skill that they need to learn to be quality people?
Oh, thank you very much. There are so many qualities in leadership that I cannot read in books. So many skills, rather, that you cannot read in books. Now, in my organization, what we have done, we created something we call Leadership Academy.
Okay.
Where we groom young, upcoming leaders. As I speak to you now, by 1st of October, we started something early this year, which we call Catalyzing Leaders Initiative. So we brought in young leaders in their 20s, within age 20 and 40, that we can teach the act of leading. And one thing everybody aspiring to be a leader must know. Number one, you need people skill. You need emotional intelligence. Sometimes you come to the office, your staff who is always cheerful, charming, enterprising, and always booming, full of life. Just comes out and the face is squeezed. And all you know is, why is your face like this? What is? Then you dampen the moral of that. I've worked in such a place before. Incidentally, where I was working there, I had a domestic accident at home in the middle of the night, and I had bruises on my face. Yes, I woke up in the morning, I still went to the office, and when I saw my boss, despite the visibility of the bruises on my face, the guy just ignored. And I said, am I safe in this place? It's not an internal thing. Yeah. This is something everybody could see.
Yes.
It was one of my colleagues. I said, Mr. Sanisa, what happened to your face? But the boss that I report to was supposed to know what happened. You are not like this. What happened to your face? Did you have accident? Till tomorrow, except the guy will ask me what happened to your face. So you need to learn emotional intelligence. You need to learn empathy. You need to learn people skill. You need to develop social skill. Because it's not about money. It's not about the pay. It's about, am I welcome in this environment? Do people love me? There's another that says that if Africans will look for foreign investors to come and invest here and all that, but when they look at your policies, that our policies are somersaulting, we are going this way today, tomorrow we suddenly divert. So I'm not sure of the safety of my investment. Why should I come? Somebody said that if I can match my neighbor's clothes, you are my own, and I can match your clothes, then somebody is coming from outside, I can tear his own. Because they will look at it. So if I can treat my people like this, so what happened to a foreigner if a foreigner comes to come and invest? If I did roughly with my people, what of the one I don't know? And so people want to come and invest in Africa, want to come and help us out. They look at so many factors before they come. And when they now know that, look what's happening there, they implemented this policy before, but suddenly they diverted. I was at the program yesterday, and one very renowned person in the country, I won't mention it, was telling me his experience, how various government policies have dampened his morale. Because this policy come, want to do agri, go into it, people went to it, before you know it, another government comes.
Change everything.
So there's no continuity. There's no consistency of policy. So policy somersaults and lack of intentionality is one of the major problems that African leadership is having. And once we're able to say, I had an experience where you compare Nigeria to China, for instance. In 1932, or around 1962, we were at the same level. At the point, Nigeria was leading. But suddenly, if you look at the graph now, but the problem is, what changes China? Intentionality. I learned, I may not get the story, but one of the things I learned was there was a time there was a particular war, and the Chinese people lost millions of their people. And the leadership came and said, this will be the last time. This must not repeat itself. And I remember I keep telling my colleague that in 2000, 2001, when GSM came to Nigeria, if you are buying phone, you are not buying Nokia or Motorola or this one, you are a nobody. Everybody say, Chinko, we buy Chinko, Palasa, and all those things. But those guys, they didn't give up.
They didn't give up.
They keep innovating. They keep changing. They keep amending. They keep improving. Today now, Chinese economy is a force to reckon with. So when African leaders wake up to say, now we are jealousy for Africa. We want things to change. And if the policy is favorable, not to me, but to the entire populace. So, and when I leave tomorrow, somebody does not come and say, don't mind Sanusi, that's his own problem. Me, this is what I want to do my own. And there's no continuity. So we need to learn all those skills. How do we continue? How do we learn people skill, emotional intelligence? How do we come up? Unfortunately, we are very religious in Africa.
Yeah, because I'm actually coming to that point, really.
Everywhere, church.
Yes.
But travel to where they don't even pray 1/10 of our prayer hour in Nigeria.
Yes.
Why is it working? Because the law is working.
Okay.
Policies are working.
Okay, so now since you've driven us to, I wanted to ask a question on global competition, but since we are already in line of spirituality, I will just quickly ask this question. How do we reconcile spirituality and faith with in growing the Africa economy? Because just as you said, sometimes I feel very uncomfortable. On a Monday morning, I'll be coming to work at 8, at 7 on a Monday morning, and you see people gathered, praying. And we want to build our economy. There is a religious leader out there who is asking people to come to pray during productive hours. And we want our economy to grow. So,
I mean, that was the pastor. So I
you understand? So that's it.
I mean, no, just even add to what she said. I mean, Dangote granted an interview, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, and then he highlighted how the Apapa port area used to be. It used to be a large area for the elite. He said now most of the wharf area, all those places where you could have used for production and industries have now been bought over by religious houses.
Good.
Now, and these places were bustling with economic activities.
Good. How do we manage these challenges to boost our Africa economy?
Thank you so much, host. You see, we are getting so many things wrong here. Like you said, I'm a pastor. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. There's a place of spirituality. But there are so many things God has done for us already. It's like I pray, God, give me food. And God has given you a job to do. But refuse to do that job. Everything will link it to the demon of my father's house, the devil of my mother's house. Now, go from Lagos to Ibadan. Ogun State government is making maybe billions annually if they are doing their task very well, because Ogun State has become spiritual capital of Nigeria. All the churches and religious organizations, we all have everything there.
Yes.
Now, good as that may be, but how many, look at Nigeria, sometimes I go around, I see some businesses, just service industry. That is about money. Where is manufacturing? Where is engineering? So many Nigerian students, they read engineering, agriculture, and all that. Yeah, most of our engineers cannot even produce anything. All we learn is theory. When are we going to engage our undergraduate to become practical and not theoretical? Now, somebody wake up in the morning, instead of you to go and look for work to do, I sat down in the church. Holy Ghost, come down. Holy Spirit, do this. I'm sorry I'm a pastor, and I have many of them as my friend, my fathers in the Lord. But we need to balance it.
Yeah.
So many things we pray for here, we don't pray for it out there. Now we pray, God, when I get home today, let there be power supply.
Yeah.
When I get home today, God, do this. So what has God to do with power supply? Has God not given you sun to generate electricity?
Yes. There's water.
Has God not given you water to generate? So will God generate electricity for you? But hey, God, this headache, take it away. But over there, the guy is not thinking about that. If there's a spiritual warfare, then you take that to God. But so many of the things we take to God in prayer are things that God has given us the knowledge, the ability, the resources, everything. But who is harnessing these resources? I'm sorry to say, sometimes when I travel across Africa, then when you move from Nigeria to the next port, before you move, recently I was in Addis Ababa, moving to another country. And when we landed in Addis, moving to that other country, and I saw that so many, in the aircraft, taking me to the next destination, more than half of the people in that aircraft are white people. And I asked myself the question, if Africa is this bad, that all of us want to japa, what are these people doing here? What are they seeing that we are not seeing? And when are our leaders going to wake up to be jealous for Africa, to be jealous for Nigeria? And I say, this thing, like the Chinese people said, this must not repeat itself. Now, God forbid in Africa or Nigeria today that someone has a chronic disease. You know, the middle class is right off. Now, when you have a chronic disease, every family has to come and contribute. Yes. Then that family is just one disease away from poverty. Oh, yes. God forbid. Such to happen. And so, because of that, you see religious houses springing up, both original and fake, and everybody come and pray, God, 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 God. God has done what he wants to do. It's left for us to harness what God has given us. Pray from today to tomorrow. If you don't do what God wants to do, that prayer will not be answered. I'm sorry. Another thing I've seen in our people is this thing they call laziness. You know, former President Buhari, of blessed memory, said something and people misunderstood him. When he said Nigerian youth are lazy. He didn't really mean they are lazy. Some of us are really intellectual, we are doing that. But now, when you say somebody should come and learn leadership, I'll give you an example. I used to live in a part of Ikorodu, and I've told my colleague there that if you live in that place, don't just use any mechanic anyhow. When I drive my car and you take your car to mechanic, rather than helping you to repair the car, you'll be lucky. Why is that happening? Because it's something that would have taken you 3 years, 5 years to learn. I know it could be faster now because of technology and all that. Yeah. But then, are these people willing to learn the nitty-gritty of that job and be an expert in it? Rather than that one, I want to start today and begin to make money today. So that mentality has to be erased from our memory. And it starts from the leadership. What are we doing to encourage people? Okay, there is a future for you. Even the organization where you manage, is there a career plan to make people grow? My colleague was saying on our way to this place how somebody became the MD of a new company, of a pharmaceutical company. Yeah. That person has worked in that company for over 2 decades. But today, I work 1 year here, I roll. I work 1 year there, I move. I work out. So we're not gaining knowledge. Thank
God you laughed on it. And in fact, the one before that, I was going to ask you a question. So let me just do the two of them together. So I remember having the same conversation that you mentioned, and they said it looks like a generational thing. Right? This new generation, they do have patience. So they do have patience. So they say, once we have learned here, let's go learn another skill. To them, it's growing. Yeah. That's what they consider as growth. So perhaps we'll look at it from that prism and not just crucify them. But we know technology now has come, right? How can we leverage, from your perspective, how can we leverage it so that it does not take our jobs away and make us more redundant, because we're already arguing that we're lazy. Right? So if it now comes and then makes us, well, not do anything, essentially makes us lazier, isn't it? So how can we leverage technology to improve ourselves?
Sure, definitely. Things are changing. And I may believe, I'm not the author of this statement I want to make, but I read it in a book, that if you use yesterday's strategy to do today's business, you'll be there tomorrow. So change is constant.
Yes.
And I was in a business school last year where I also learned what I want to say now, which I've also told to my people. In the world of today, it's either you innovate and grow, or refuse to innovate and you die. So I say it to my people and say, innovate, grow, or die. So we need to move with time. But when you're moving with time, that should not, today, we did a competition in my office last month, for the core members, before when they wrote their entries, we don't do anything, we just mark and go. But now we know there is ChatGPT, there is AI. Some people are just Google. So for those to prove that they actually wrote what they have read, their input was there, the 6 finalists that came, we now have to subject them to another test where there will be no room for AI or ChatGPT to use. And then they prove that truly they do not just copy and paste. It will actually their brain. And that is fantastic. So we must ensure that innovation is constant. We must embrace technology. It gives us, now we are talking here in one corner of Lagos. The whole world is watching us. Yes. Why? Technology.
Technology, yeah.
If I say, no, in the church, Initially, when technology came, I said, don't go to the internet. Everything you see on the internet is rubbish. They are polluting people's heart. Don't go there. But church leader will say, if you don't go there, and you leave it for the devil in quotes, how will you reach if you want to reach? So the internet is there, technology is there, everybody will make use of it for your own purpose. So if you leave it for, so to say, the bad ones, so how will the bad one know that it's a good one? It's not left to you to utilize that same technology to propagate what you do. Score News, you are here. SOUQ News, you are here. What if you just say, let us be here, or let us continue to operate the analog of those, because we are gentle people.
Because we're business, economy, and development.
You will not be known. So you harness this. But I see another thing is, how many of these things have come from Africa? Let's think about it. Technology today, how many of it have its foundation in Africa? Everything is from Europe or America. Does it mean Africans will have the brain to develop these things? When you go behind, you discover that those of many people making this happen, they're actually African. But when with African leaders will say, this thing originates from Africa. All we are doing is we copy and paste. We copy what has happened there, how do they put it now? We domesticate it here. And most time, it does not suit. So when I go to develop our own, so okay, this one really suits us in Africa, suits us in Nigeria, and we can work. Look at our democracy we have been doing, because we copy from somewhere, we are democratizing it here. So can we rejig that? Democracy is good, fine, but can we rejig it to really suit what African culture is? Or we just copy the one from America and say, okay, here's what is done in America. Somebody was talking yesterday, and I was like, the issue. I'm sorry. With due respect to the government, I'm sure that there have been debate around it. Now, when I come to leadership, I have 4 years in the first instance. The first 6 months, I sit up. I'm still battling to what am I going to do. After that one, the remaining 1.5 years of my tenure, because I want a second term, I'm already thinking, how do I win a second term? So I only have like 2 years to really do serious job. But what if we come together and say, okay, 1 term of 6 years, 7 years, so that you have enough plan and we have sustainable development in that regard. As in my office, what we do is, now, I joined the society about 15 years ago, and in that line, I'm the 3rd General Secretary. The one I met as the CEO had what we call strategic plan. He left it behind. The one that took over from did not throw it away. I said, what are we doing? Let me bring up my own. We continue running. We had to hit. Now, my predecessor, before he left, we had what we say, this is where I want to take back society to. This is our strategic plan. I came on board. I didn't throw it into the bush. For example, I've come and said, the CBS, and look, you people, no wonder you have continuity. But if I come in and I say, I don't like SOUQ News again, let me go and form my own news. I will start from the scratch. Then, if my time ends before another person comes, there will be no continuity.
Yes, I understand. Yes, thank you so much, Pastor Samuel. So I just want to put 2 questions in one.
Okay.
First, I want you are a clergy, at the same time a leader. I want you to give some guiding principles that the people, the young ones that will help build the economy of Africa, help shape the economy, some guiding principles that they need for them to be a better leader that these present leaders do not have. And at the same time, your final words to our viewers that are watching and listening right now.
Now, thank you very much. Young leaders, you know that learning is continuous. They say that you learn, you unlearn, and relearn. Learning is continuous. It is said also that readers are leaders. When they say read, it's not just reading about books. To me, there are about 3 or 4 things you need to read. 1, you read yourself. Who am I? Who am I? Then you read others. Who are the people around me? Then you read situations and circumstances around you. Then you read books. So not just reading books, you read so many things. Therefore, whatever you read, you get information. And not just about reading now. How about the application of what you have read? how do I apply this to help our situation? So young leader, aspiring leader, then the issue of mentorship cannot be taken away.
Oh, yes.
So you need to get a mentor. Who is my mentor? Who is mentoring me? Who is my leader? And when he's mentoring me, what am I gaining from? There's be a mutual between the mentor and the mentee.
Yes.
So when you see that, and I repeat again, intentionality. We must be intentional about it. And our intention should not be greedy. So for upcoming leaders, they need patience. They need to avoid this get-rich-quick syndrome. It's either get it now or never. Yeah, I've always been telling people, see, when you see somebody rising to power, don't just celebrate the glory. Fine, it's good to celebrate the glory. But then, how's the story? This guy, how did he get there? And again, I want to also encourage the censor board who censor what we watch on the TV. You know, this issue of somebody become a rich man is because he has done ritual. You see, young people, their mind cannot process anything. You see a lot of Yahoo Plus, this one, that, because of what they watch, what we consume on those media is confusing us. Is it only until I make ritual before I can make it in life? Why don't we showcase the dignity in labor? Dignity in labor, that you can suffer, but you need patience, you need God, then when you do all this, God will bless your effort. You don't need to be a ritualist before you make money. Yes. On a final note, I want to appreciate SOUQ Television for the opportunity to be here, and I'm advising everybody in the leadership. You know, like my colleague was saying the other time, who are the leaders? The leaders come from the followers.
Yes.
What is my attitude? What am I, if I have bad mind, so to say, but I've not been given privilege to express it. When I become a leader, that thing that's already embedded in me, then it will show up and I have opportunity to express it. It's all waiting to be expressed. So moral value, family value. I was happy this morning when I read in the paper that the government is introducing history back to the curriculum.
Which is beautiful.
In those days, we used to have moral instruction that give us, how do you relate with the other person? How do you empathize with the other person? But today, all the tinkle little star that we read in school, they are all imported.
Yeah.
But those value of even the ordinary hands on the ground, you cannot create that hand. So be mindful of that hand. Don't kill the hands. But where those is not there, get to even take human life now. It's easy because if you don't value human life, what is an ant? But in those days, they taught us how to mind even the ordinary hands on the road, not to match the hands. So this moral principle should come back. Our spiritual houses, thank God for what you are doing as pastors, because without these pastors encouraging people, giving hope to people, the hope will be hopeless.
Yeah.
But then, let's balance it.
Yes.
Teach us the way to God. Also teach us the way to live here on earth.
Yeah.
Not to say everything is on God. But like I said, God has given us everything. Our question is, how do we now make use? So that God has not given me rice. I'm hungry. God has provided rice. But I want God to cook it for me. And I want God to feed me. so put the rice in my mouth.
Yeah.
He has provided food for me. So for me now to go and cook, make it good and make it eatable, because I cannot eat a raw rice.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to do. God has provided, then we should now begin to teach ourselves entrepreneurship, moral values. How do I make use of what God has given me for my own good
and for the good of
the entire society?
A very big thank you so much, Pastor Samuel, for coming on the show today. We appreciate you. Yes, Pastor Samuel Sanusi is the CEO and General Secretary of the Bible Society of Nigeria, and we've been having a robust conversation with him.
Yes.
Even not for time factor.
Yeah,
this conversation.
Thank you so much, Pastor Sam, for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I hope that when we call on you next time, you'll be available to join us on the show again.
I'll be glad to join you.
All right.
Our dream is for a greater Africa.
Exactly.
Africa can get it.
Yes.
We can be better.
We can, and we will.
I get angry whenever I hear Africa is still... All the developing nations of the world, they're in Africa. Why must we be developing? When are we going to develop?
No, we'll definitely get that. Yes, we'll be talking to Pastor Samuel. And right now we'll go on a quick break because our guest for the second segment is standing by. So we just want you, as our viewer, to stand by as well. Do not touch the dial because you don't want to miss what is coming. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
I said one of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is for the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They never had that once. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue and they're hearing our voices outside. 17 years of marriage, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the beginning of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
the second speaker, Emeka Anslem, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
See that is going to learn again while others teach. When you come back, come back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. When you raise to graduate, you become an effective leader. Produce people after your kind. That's what God will command you. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grab that message as leadership is influence. Yeah, you can influence people whether positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many people of us do this a lot. The role of social media. There are people as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man on Portable. Again, you know, social media
India has revolutionized leadership, however, it must be managed wisely. So we see some criticism of very young boys or even Malawi, and some just go by the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. It was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
Let's realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share a vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing, they'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up. Lumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Lumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Lumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs. Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. I still have Emmanuel with me in the studio, and I am Omivi Dolo once again. You can follow us on all social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Please just subscribe, like, follow, and do whatever you need to do. Of course, we appreciate all your feedback. Yes, there is a big and bold question we need to answer in the second segment of the show. If women and men bring the same skills, the same efforts, and the same results to the table, why do women still take home less pay and fewer opportunities? And more importantly, what does this say about how serious we are about Africa's growth? Big question, right? Okay, so in the second segment, we are joined by Anuoluwakbo Mary Alaka to discuss the topic, equal pay, equal opportunity, empowering women and girls through innovation and leadership. Anuoluwakbo Mary is an entrepreneur, assistant country leader at Glow Nigeria, and also programs and project manager, Girls in Charge Foundation. Hello, Mary. Should I call you Mary? Should I call you Anu? Should I call you Alaka? Which one should I?
That's nice.
Mary is my official name.
Okay.
Everyone can say Mary, but Anuoluwakbo, some people might not be able to pronounce.
I think I love Anuoluwakbo. Yeah. You understand?
Even in the meaning, I'm not a Yoruba person, but the meaning is sweeter for me.
I love it when people actually bear their native names. It shows your authenticity. Not people like Emmanuel.
I felt all so I have this conversation. I knew I was going to be sold out.
So I love the name Anuoluwakbo.
Thank you so much.
Tell them the meaning.
Me? Are you telling me or her? Okay.
The meaning of Anuoluwakbo is the mercies of God is plenty.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
I was getting to the studio this afternoon.
Very beautiful.
Very, very beautiful, right? Okay, so let's go straight to our conversation. Equal pay, equal opportunities for women and girl child. Now, the question is, if equal works, places of work now, if equal works does not bring equal pay, do you really think that we have a fair economy, a fair growth in Africa?
No.
Okay.
No, we don't. Because if equal work and there is unfair wages, it's unfair on the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfair on the ladies.
So because you give more money because they are women.
No.
I'm ready to come for you to do.
No.
Okay.
No, because if you love your business,
yes,
you won't be unfair in payment.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even about charity. It's smart business.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you are fair in wages, definitely there will be loyalty.
Yes.
And when there's loyalty, there will be long-term growth. And when there's long-term growth, the employees can spread their wings and share their ideas, their innovations. And like I said, it's smart business. It's not charity.
That is it.
Yes.
Okay, so now we, in some organizations, we still see this on equal payment, even when we are doing same job, because it feels, hey, she's a woman now, what does she need money for? Or because her dad, her partner, whatever, is giving her money to support her, so she does not need to be paid as much as her male counterpart. What message, what moral does this send to the next generation of girls?
It brings about lack of confidence, and it kills dreams. And once a dream is killed, it affects the economy. And once it affects the economy, it affects everything.
Exactly.
It affects everybody.
Yes.
And then that's just it.
So, I mean, can you share some experiences from, what you do from Blue Africa or the Girls Star Foundation? Share some of the experiences that maybe there are some things that you have done that opened up opportunities for the girl child or female.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a very beautiful question. Yeah, I am going to share one out of numerous testimonials.
Okay.
I'm going to share the most recent one that happened at Girls in Church Foundation. I am the Programs and Partnership Manager of Girls in Church Foundation, and we happened to partner with a financial institution for one of our initiatives called Invest in Women. And this is an initiative that supports small and medium-scale enterprises.
Okay.
We assist them with seed grants, seed fundings, and then I was one of the people that, because I am very open to like going to the community, survey. I want to see it. I want to ask these people.
Okay.
I want to know, okay, what exactly is the problem? How do you think we can come and support you? Then we went to Olusoso at Ojota. So when we were going, we saw some people selling, we saw a woman selling ugu, we saw another one selling corn. So we selected about 5 of them that, okay, you know what, let us not do too many so that we can track our progress. Then we selected another one selling fufu, we selected another one selling indomie, and the last one, I can't really remember. Then one that stood out for me was, we invited them. We had the program. We had where we empowered over 200 of them. We called all of them. But these 5, we now gave them like extra, when they say like mentorship or masterclass in business, whereby we invited them to our office. We called in someone skilled in business, we called in someone skilled in investment, and when they came, we're like, okay, before we give you this money, we want you to, we don't just want to give you, we want to be able to, okay, once we give you this money, how can it help you to? So this one stood out for me because when, after 3 months, when the woman came back, she was like, after we gave her the money, now she started saving, and now her son can go back to school.
Okay.
And as she's invested in herself, definitely that's -1. Because she, from being a survivor, she's now a leader.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that really stood out for us because this is just one of the many opportunities that...
Wow, that's a very beautiful testimony, I must say. But there is another thing that is going on in our society right now. People feel that the fight for equal pay is a fight by women, that women are the only ones pushing. The truth is, the need for equal pay and the need for opportunities cannot be overemphasized. For instance, here, during was it before we came up now, we're talking about sports. Women in sports are not paid equally with men in sports, but they play the same minutes on the pitch. They use the same energy and they play, but the pay is never the same. And some people feel that it is a woman's fight. Do you agree with that argument?
I do not agree.
Or would you suggest that more men should be involved? The likes of Amolu should be fighting for equal pay for women.
Yes.
And how can they go about this?
They should support us. They should support us in this fight. This is not just a woman's fight, because it would eventually affect everybody. It would eventually affect everybody, because one thing I notice is majority of women's salary still goes back into the family.
But where do you bring in the argument if we are now earning the same amount, there's no respect?
Sorry?
If the men and the women earn the same, there will be no respect.
Why would there be respect?
I did the same thing now. If I tell you to keep quiet and sit in the house...
No, let's understand something. Yeah. What we're talking about now is the place of work.
I know.
Not the home. So if...
At work.
Hold on. At work?
Yes. So if you're earning the same pay, would there be respect?
Between you and I?
Yes.
Is that not different from mine?
That's unfair.
Are you sure? Because okay, I don't play the devil as well.
Yeah, I understand.
But truly, this was where I was going to come from, right? How much do you think education plays in this? Because look, to be honest, some people don't even know how to fight for their rights, right? How much information do they need to have? Because sometimes they will tell you the quality starts from even the school. They don't even go to school the same. Some still tell you, educating a girl is
a waste of time. Yeah.
Where do you place education in all this?
The importance. Sorry, I had to say. The importance of education can never be overemphasized. Okay, let me just use my journey. I did mechatronics engineering in Yaba Tech, and I transitioned into computer science. This has taught me technical skills. But one thing people don't understand is education is beyond classrooms.
Mm-hmm.
It's beyond classrooms. Women can also be taught negotiation, financial skills, leadership skills outside the classroom. Once they're educated, now they can fight for what they deserve. And that was why I said the importance of education can never be emphasized, even outside the classrooms.
Perhaps that's why the equal pay fight has not necessarily gone so much, because perhaps many women are not that educated to know that this thing should be fought for. Because I mean, if we go back to America's revolution and changes, one of the things the women actually had to stand up for was their right to vote, right? Now, it took the women to realize that this was something that we needed to begin to do. Down here in Africa, do you have that collective resolution amongst women to say, okay, we need to have this. A lot more girls need to have this education. A lot more girls need to have access to this. Does that realization need to come from the men?
Well, we can start it. Yeah. We women, we're starting it, and that is why I am here.
Yeah.
Because change starts with storytelling, and that is why we go to communities to educate them. Just like I said, education is beyond classrooms.
Yes.
Going to communities, and that was why before we gave those women the grants, we educated them. We taught them skills they needed to know. Yeah. And now that, okay, imagine now this woman has sent her son to school. Other people, other women see it, that is a +1 for her husband. Because the respect will be there. And imagine now, like I also said that from survivor, she became a leader. Imagine people seeing her story, and now she investing in other women, like, you can do this, you can do this. Their husbands too, we eventually respect them and join the fight. Because they can see that, oh.
I think, I don't know, I don't, like I said, I would like to always want to play the devil's advocate, but sometimes when I see the women that media promote, right, not many of them profess leadership or mentorship. And it's so sad that the next generation, I could actually affirm that they will need a lot more to be able to get the likes of the Okonjo-Iwealas, the likes of the Obieze Kwesilis. Because many of them that we see now seem to be always after the superficial. Right? And you see them. There's this guy I always follow on social media. What he does is just goes to do interviews. And when he interviews the female gender, I'm not saying the men are opposite, but I see the female, because I know if you educate a woman, you have educated an entire generation, right? But when you have interviews with them, you begin to wonder, we go to the same school, how come these people are this, they don't even know these things? Because I would want more women to know certain things than men, right? Because like I said, when you educate a woman, you educate a generation. But there's a lack. Is it that women are disinterested in this whole thing?
Well,
so that's talking about level of awareness right now.
They are not, I'm still going to go back to this is everybody's fight. Okay. And women would still always want to support women. And I like the fact when you said mentorship, because mentorship is very key. in everything we do as a non-profit. I'm just going to take it back to what I do. It is like telling them, I have been here. Let me hold your hands and walk you through it. So, but we still need more women. I'm not going to, because this is it's a cultural norm here in Africa.
Baby girl life is not a cultural norm.
No, baby girl life is like a Gen Z norm. It's just coming.
Okay.
But cultural norm, like it is rooted in the system. It is rooted in the system, and if you want to fight this, we have to go back to the roots. Like, imagine Northerners, they don't allow their females to go to school. Aside that, even people in this Western world, they still believe women should end up in the kitchen. So that fight is not, it's everybody's fight.
Okay, now you just made a mention of cultural norms, and that actually takes me to my next question, because just as you rightly said, many people still believe that culture in Africa is holding women back. And while others argue that leadership, good policies can actually rise above culture. Now, which do you think carries the weight, more weight rather? Is it a culture or a good leadership?
Well, the culture or good leadership? Good leadership, of course.
Okay, so why good leadership?
Well, because I believe fighting culture is not something you can fight without the help of leadership.
Okay.
Fighting culture is not something you can fight without the help of leadership.
Yes.
So leadership is very key, because now, if you have good leaders, then they can enforce some things that might shake culture.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what I just believe.
Yeah, I think I also agree with you. Now, let's move to innovation. Now, things are coming, new things are coming in every day. Innovation, I want to talk about technology, you want to talk about tech, you want to talk about so many things right now. Now, do you think some of these innovations do not include women? They just feel it's a men's world, it's a man's world, it's this, it's that. Do you really think those innovations can thrive in Africa? Now, we're focusing on Africa without the inclusion of women. If you're talking about AI, and you really do not want to bring in the expertise of women, do you really see those innovations thriving, surviving in the long run without the effect or the role of women in it?
No, it can't.
Okay.
Because looking at myself, I am a computer scientist, and I am happy to say I was able to build my first website for my logistics business that I run. And well, and one thing I also believe is it cannot thrive, because I feel technology would even assist women.
Okay.
Because technology would block off gatekeepers from these inequity. Because many people now, they apply for remote work without like gender or we do freelance gig.
Yes.
And I feel technology is like a tool that would even help us. And it cannot happen without we women being involved.
Yes.
Well, I mean, since you seem passionate about having, you've done businesses and your own and all, explain a bit of challenges that you have because you're a woman. Share some of them, the ones that you have because you're a woman.
Okay. I went to a technical school from SS1 to SS3. I did electrical works. This one, before I came there, I was like, I was asking my nieces, I was like, oh, what is one thing that you people are surprised about? They said, you can fix sockets. Like, I enjoy fixing it. I love it. I love doing these electrical works. I remember back then I did extension boxes. But now, going forward, people were like, why would you be doing that? Like, this is a male job. Yeah. I remember then when I went for SOUQ, I was just like, oh, I felt because people tell me I'm over ambitious. People tell me I'm too. They say all sort of things. But one thing is, I believe if a man can do it, I can do better. So then I went to a generator site where they do generators and all of those things. Then I said, I want to do my SOUQ here. And they were like, you're a female. And I'm like, okay, I'm a female. Why can't I do what they're doing? So it's, at that point, it kind of killed that dream. Yeah. And that was why I was like, okay, you know what, since this is becoming a challenge, but never again. Because it has given me a reason to fight. Because many people might not have that chance to rise again the way I did. Because I enjoy electrical works, but because you felt it is male-dominated, I can't do it. So it kills the dream. But through the grace of God and through my support system, I was still able to find my feet. Not many people are this lucky who do that. Okay. Would do that. And one thing I want to do that I am very soon, in probably 3 to 6 months, we're going to have female dispatch riders in Renpreneur. Wow. Okay. Female dispatchers. So this will not be limited to just a male. As far as a male is earning 3, a female would also earn the same pay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Anu Luakbo. So I want to ask now, we talked about awareness a few minutes ago, and we're looking at your foundation, Girl in Charge Foundation. I don't know how far you have gone into the rural sector, the rural places, whether you are just Lagos-based. So, talking about equal pay, equal opportunity for the girl child, for the women, you and I, I'm merging so many things together. We've talked about awareness, we've talked about education. Now, there are still women in the rural places that still do not have access to good education. Not because there are no schools there, but the culture that says the girl child shouldn't be educated because she's going to change her surname. In the nearest future, she's going to get married. Yesterday, we had a conversation, and our guest was making references to the time where the girl child was not allowed to inherit landed properties of his, of her father back some years back, and things are beginning to change now. How far has your organization gone to make some of those changes, to create this awareness that even you as a girl child, whether you're working in the farm, whether you're working in any place, you have the right to be paid as much as you are delivering, doing the same job with the men in the organization. How much of awareness do they have that they have that right? Your organization now, if you guys have gone that far.
Yes. Girls in Charge Foundation has been in existence for 8 years. And I can say for a fact that one of the uniqueness of Girls in Charge Foundation is that I follow them. We go to these rural areas. Olusosun community is a slum community. It's a slum community. And one of the ways we do this is we take our empowerment programs to them. We mentor them. we bring them out to see, okay, this is how you have to do it. This is how you have to do it. This is how you have to do it. Like I said, we mentor them. Mentorship is also one of the key things we do, even at Glow Learning on Wings. Mentorship is it is like the main thing we do. We go there, we teach them, we bring them out to see. And aside bringing them out, we also empower them with the things they need to demand what, to like fight, to like fight the fight of what they, what desire. Yes.
I'm going to ask you like a follow-up question.
Okay.
In your all these periods that you're going to meet these people and everything, what has been the common challenge that they tell you? Like what kind of feedback, what the most challenging thing that you can say almost all of them have, like you've noticed?
One key thing they have is, it all boils down to money.
I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised. I was going to say the same thing.
Money.
But I'm not surprised. What
Money.
Because you've
Money.
been in there.
Yes, money. And the painful part of it is, many of them, they even still want you to just bring fishes to them. Don't teach us how to fish. So it's still, you see that cultural, and that is why we have to fight it from now. And that is one of the things Glow Learning on Wings, that's what we're doing. From like crèche, from childhood, like we're trying to mentor them, teach them the right things. Because, you know, when people are adults, to now like, for them to unlearn some things, it becomes an issue. It becomes an issue. So it still all boils down to finance.
Okay.
Finance.
Yes. Thank you so much, Anulu. So I know there are so many challenges, and one of the challenges that I want you to really talk about is the effects that it will have on the next generation of girls, the next generation of women. What effect do you think it will have on their mind, have on them, psychologically, morally, anyways, when they find that the society in this generation still feels that, yes, the girl child or the woman should be paid lesser than her male counterpart for doing the same job? What is the effect of that on the woman? And secondly, do you really think that the girl child will be able to thrive, will be able to excel in such an environment?
Thank you so much for the question. The effects of inequity, if not handled properly, would make women lack confidence.
Okay.
Aside lack of confidence, it would also not allow women take risk. It would also not allow women take risks. It would, and once women don't take risks, it affects the economic sustainability, because, like he rightly said, when you empower a woman, you empower a generation. So this effect, if not properly fought, a lot of women will be pushed back into their shell. And sorry, what's the second question?
Okay, the second question.
I'll just lead on from that one, because I know that you've apart from girls that you've dealt with, you've also happened to be in a male-dominated environment. For example, tech. You mentioned computer science. How did you navigate through that? Because a lot of girls now want to do what men do. There's now this entry block, how to enter, that there's okay, this place is male dominated, but how did you fight it? Because they want to hear your story so that they can use the same thing, the same formula.
You have to create your own opportunities, and yes, you have to create your own opportunities when it happens. Like I said, when I went for Cyrus, they told me, oh, there's no space, there's no. But
how did you conquer that?
They pushed me. No, they pushed me to HR department. Yes, they pushed me to HR department. But after close of work, I'll meet with the supervisors. I'll say, what is this machine? What is it used for? What is this machine? What is it used for? What is this machine? What is it used for? So I found a way because I didn't allow their voices to silence me, because this is something I have passion for. So regardless of what they said, I kept on pushing. Like one advice I would give is never allow anyone silence your voice. Okay. Never allow anyone silence your voice. Regardless, that was why I said I created my own opportunity. When they told me, oh, just stay in HR, I still found a way around it to learn. So create your own opportunities. Never allow anyone silence your voice. Keep pushing. You can do it. Yes, you can do it. Okay. As far as I can, you can.
Okay, do you think there is a role for leadership policies? Do you think that leadership has a role to play in setting the right payroll for women that are working? What do you think leadership has a role to play there?
Yes, and I guess that is why we are even having this issue up until now, because in decision-making roles, we have less women. Mm-hmm. We have less women. We have limited women in decision-making roles, which has really affected us. And I believe if we have more women in decision-making roles, that way, women can like, we can speak for ourselves. Policies would not just be made; it would be acted upon.
Wow. Okay, so your final words, because we're looking at our time. Well, we enjoyed the conversation though, but your final words to the woman out there that feels they're paying me less, or they're not giving me the same opportunity that I really yearn for. One word for someone who is watching right now, who feels intimidated by the male, the man in that industry, or a word, your final words.
Never allow inequity define you. You are the change Africa is waiting for. Keep pushing. Leaders were once beginners. So you just have to keep pushing and don't give up.
Wow, thank you so much, Anu Oluwapo. Thank you for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
And we appreciate your time. I hope we'll call on you next time you'll be available.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, we have been having a beautiful conversation with Anu Oluwapo on equal pay, equal opportunities, empowering women. Anu Oluwapo Mary Alaka is an entrepreneur, assistant country lead at Glow Nigeria, and also programs / project manager at Girls in Charge Foundation. I want to say a very big thank you to her for coming on the show again. Yes, Emmanuel Amolo, you have heard.
I think I was there with you. I thought it was just you and her. Because you had already have your own very, very fine conversation about women. Well, it's fine. The truth is, like she rightly said, this campaign is everybody's hand on deck. And I do wish that more and more people can give women more opportunities. Because irrespective of the gender, it's what's in your mind that is more important. And that can change the society that we're in. Africa is, I won't say it's the only cause because we don't give women opportunities, because look, there are so many societies that will tell you in their own places, women are doing a lot. I mean, in Africa, Nigeria specifically, we try in our own capacity.
True.
I mean, we put a woman as the World Trade Organization head, right? We sent many of our women out there to represent us in organizations that are international. In sports, we're doing great. In music, we're doing great. We've put our own people on the map out there. The only thing we need to also do is educate them more. Right? Let them have that self-confidence, because the truth of the matter is you will know that the society is not necessarily favorable to you because of your gender. You will know. It's out there. It's not an African thing. But you need to also be sure of who you are. That, there are people out there that I can look up to that are making a difference. And I too can. Because I have the same skill set, I have the same knowledge that is out there accessible. Why don't I use it to my own advantage?
Yes.
And I feel with that kind of mindset, a lot of us can make the changes that we want to see.
Yes, and I think in addition to that, it is very important that the men, the husbands, the brothers, the fathers should also lend their voices to the fight for equal pay. I don't know how you would feel as a husband when your wife comes home and say, I'm doing the same job with this man at the office, but say they don't pay me, they pay him more, or how, I don't know how you feel if she were your sister and you have those kind of stories every day, or you as a boss and you are a man. You are doing it to one woman in the office because you feel she's a lady, and someone does that to your daughter.
No, don't worry. I'll be a better boss. Don't worry.
I know. Okay, so equal pay and equal opportunities are not favors to women. They are rights, and they are smart economics. Every time a woman is underpaid, a family loses. So every time a girl is denied an opportunity, a community is robbed of its future. Equal pay is not just a women's issue, it is an economic issue. And giving women equal opportunities means doubling Africa's chances at innovation and progress. And that's not I want to say very big thank you to our guest, Pastor Samuel Sanusi and Anuoluwakbo Mary Alaka, for their insights. And many thanks to you, audio viewers, for joining us on the show. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Just do whatever you need to do. We will get your feedbacks and we'll follow you where it is necessary for us to follow you. I am Omevi Idolo. Until I come your way next week, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation
where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
a hole in the stem, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. SOUQ Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, "Come, what do you want?" "I want to change to law." "Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office?" "Yes, sir." Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an all-day trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the Board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious covers in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business, where his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bua International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bua International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bua to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bua expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bua in 2005. Bua started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bua had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okpela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an exports-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed cement company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a $7.5 billion 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. AS Power Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. I then went back to England for my master's, and from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. it was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. They've learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries maybe because we through slavery we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but you must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Quotation. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused. It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. There is give me a job specific that a woman cannot do. Then I've changed my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not winning. They're no longer winning. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. men that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. My darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikili. We're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do in IT, in everything. Women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, they couldn't do well as the same. We have a lot.
Talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strain foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television, where we'll bring you stories around business, economy, and development. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. Before we go into the news, let's bring you some of our top stories for today. SOUQ shares 2.23 trillion naira August revenue to federal government, local government for July. UK-Nigeria trade hits record 16 trillion naira, highest level in bilateral commerce history. India Economic Advisor says US may lift tariff on Indian goods, cut duties to 10 to 15%. Trump stammer set to announce $205 billion US investment package during UK state visit talks. And Osimhen ruled out in Galatasaray's Champions League opener against Eintracht Frankfurt. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in details. The Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, said 2.225 trillion naira was shared among the federal government, states, and local government councils as August 2025 revenue. The figure was up by 224.18 billion naira, or 11.2% compared to July's 2.1 trillion naira. The breakdown showed 1.478 trillion naira came from statutory revenue, 672.0903 billion naira from VAT, and 32.338 billion naira from the electronic money transfer levy, and 41.284 billion naira from exchange difference. From the statutory allocation, the federal government received 684,462 billion naira, states 347.168 billion naira, and local council 267.652 billion naira, while oil producing states got 179.311 billion naira as derivation. FAC noted that despite a decline in petroleum profit tax and import duties, higher receipts from VAT and road royalties boosted the distributable revenue, helping Nigeria meet its 2025 monthly targets in August. The federal government has signed a landmark agreement to establish a 1,000 megawatt solar polyvoltaic panel manufacturing facility, a major boost in Nigeria's renewable energy transition. The project is designed to strengthen local production, reduce import dependence, and accelerate clean energy adoption. The deal was sealed on Wednesday at the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria InfraCorp office in Abuja, bringing together three partners: the Rural Electrification Agency, InfraCorp, and Dutch renewable energy firm, SOUQ BV. The partners have created a special purpose vehicle, SOUQ Nigeria Limited, to build and operate the plant. According to details of the agreement, SOUQ BV will hold the largest stake with 49%, InfraCorp 26%, and REA 25%. Officials said the ownership structure reflects a public-private partnership model aimed at mobilizing capital, ensuring accountability, and driving technology transfer to support Nigeria's long-term energy security. Moving on, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening accountability and transparency in public service delivery. This was disclosed during a courtesy visit to the Lagos office of FEMWASH, owners of SOUQ News Television and IL 95.9 FM. Leading the delegation was the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Chukura Alexander, who was received by the Vice President of FEMWASH Limited, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. As part of the engagement, the commissioner appeared on SOUQ News Television's flagship program, Just Africa, where he discussed the theme ICPC as watchdog, curbing corruption in public service delivery. He emphasized that the Commission remains steadfast in its watchdog role, ensuring that public resources are applied transparently and for the benefit of Nigerians.
Thank you so very much for that question. You see, it's a truism that corruption has remained a cankerworm that has eaten deep into the fabrics of our society. And fighting corruption in itself is more dangerous than fighting armed robbery. The reason is simple. The armed robber mainly has just weapons, but corruption is for the elites. Most of the time they have a social network, and it have all it takes to fight back corruption. So essentially, the ICPC, being the foremost anti-graft agency in Nigeria, has positioned itself in that same crusade, though it's not easy. So far, so good, but it's even better with the emergence of my new management team under the leadership of my chairman, Dr. Ademali Musa San. Here we're better positioned because my chairman has instituted what we call a policy trust, socially put as care, meaning positive organizational culture that promotes accountability, responsibility, and excellence. For now, that's the hallmark. So far, so good in ICPC. We are doing so much. Yes, we've not gotten to the Dorado, but we're not far from it.
The delegation, which included the State Public Relations Officer, Miriam Monoye, and other officials, also toured the company's broadcast facility. Alexander commended the station's setup and encouraged sustained collaboration in advancing transparency and ethical values. The visit reflects ICPC's wider strategy of partnering with media organizations to strengthen the fight against corruption across the country. Away from that, British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, has disclosed that trade between Nigeria and the United Kingdom has reached a record £7.9 billion, 16 trillion naira. He described the figure as unprecedented in the history of bilateral commerce between both countries. Speaking in Abuja on Wednesday, Montgomery explained that the UK-Nigeria economic relationship is now being strengthened under post-Brexit trade rules. According to him, Britain's exit from the European Union has given Nigeria greater access and flexibility, making it one of the biggest beneficiaries of the new arrangement. He noted that reduced barriers and enhanced market opportunities are already driving growth in trade and investment flows. The envoy highlighted energy, manufacturing, and agriculture service as sectors where British companies are expanding partnerships in Nigeria. He further emphasized that the UK is also committed to long-term cooperation in infrastructure, renewable energy, digital innovation, and education. Montgomery stressed that these areas will not only deepen bilateral relations, but also create mutual economic benefits for both nations. Still in the news, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has described the capital market as critical to driving investment and sustainability in Nigeria's mining sector. Alake made the remarks on Wednesday during a webinar themed Unlocking Nigeria's Solid Minerals Potential through the capital market, organized by the Solid Mineral Development Fund, SMDF, in collaboration with Nigerian Association of Security Dealers, NASD. OTC Security Exchange. The minister noted that leveraging capital market instruments would provide long-term financing needed to unlock the country's vast mineral resources, reduce reliance on public funding, and attract both local and foreign investors. Alake added that the administration's reforms aim to position the solid minerals sector as a major contributor to Nigeria's economic diversification agenda. Away from that story, Nigeria could close 2025 with the lowest inflation rate in nearly a decade, according to the Independent Media and Policy Initiative, IMPI, which projects headline inflation to fall to 17% by December. In its latest policy statement signed by Chairman Dr. Omeniyi Akinshiju, the group noted that the economy is experiencing one of its rare periods of disinflation, with inflation easing for 5 consecutive months. This, it said, signals stronger microeconomic stability under ongoing reforms. IMPI, however, urged the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to align with the current momentum by loosening its restrictive monetary policy. The group argued that sustaining tight measures could stifle growth at a time when the economy requires credit expansion to consolidate gains from falling inflation. Nigeria's crude oil production slipped below its OPEC Plus quota in August, reversing gains recorded in the previous 2 months when output exceeded assigned levels. Fresh figures from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.43 million barrels per day, MBPD, in August, compared to 1.507 MBPD in July and 1.505 MBPD in June. The August figure represents a decline of about 77,000 barrels per day from the previous month. With a quota of 1.5 MBPD, Nigeria fell short by 66,000 barrels per day in August, despite surpassing expectations in June and July. The drop raises concerns about the sustainability of the country's oil recovery amid ongoing challenges of pipeline vandalism, crude theft, and under-investment in upstream infrastructure. You're watching the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We'll be taking a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us.
With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC Perspective, the lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Controller M.S. Shuaibu, Head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Controller F.A. Uwoni, Convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, the Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rini, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So those are, the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rini also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Controller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
He is, I think, among those that is doing selfless service. That's what is known to be. People pushing that they should do this to customs. They are not out of context. We direct revenue. So if you are direct revenue, we are seeing a pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we will sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed, and not in Nigeria that have done that. No organization. So when I was in that operation, that is 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Controller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Controller F.A. Owoniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Very thank you for staying with us. Now we'll bring you more stories. The United States could soon remove the 25% penal import tariff on Indian goods and reduce reciprocal duties to around 10 to 15%. India's chief economic advisor V. Ananta Nageswaran said on Thursday. Speaking at an event in Kolkata, he expressed optimism that a resolution on the tariff would come within the next few months, if it's earlier. According to Nageswaran, negotiations between New Delhi and Washington are progressing positively, and easing the tariff burden would provide a major boost for Indian exporters across sectors. He noted that the penal tariff introduced during earlier trade tensions has long constrained the competitiveness of Indian products in the U.S. market, and removing it would help strengthen bilateral trade flows. The prospect of a quote in reciprocal tariffs is also seen as a step towards deepening economic ties between the two countries. Analysts believe the move would support India's manufacturing sector, expand market access, and position India as a stronger partner in global supply chain amid shifting geopolitical dynamics. Now, the Navi Mumbai International Airport is set to open for passengers on September 30th, offering travelers from the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf Cooperation Council more flight options and competitive pricing. Once fully completed, the new airport will handle 90 million passengers annually, positioning Mumbai among global hubs such as Dubai, London, and New York that operate with twin airport systems. By 2032, Mumbai's two airports are projected to jointly serve up to 160 million passengers each year. The development is expected to significantly enhance connectivity between India and the United Arab Emirates, benefiting both business and leisure travelers. Airlines including Emirates, Etihad Airways, Air India, Fly Dubai, and Indigo are anticipated to expand operations, providing a broader mix of premium and low-cost services. Analysts highlight that the increase in capacity will especially support the growing travel demand of the 9 million Indians living in the Gulf region, including 3.7 million in the United Arab Emirates. Akasa Air has already announced plans to begin commercial operations from the new airport, starting with over 100 weekly domestic departures and later scaling up to more than 300 domestic and 50 international flights. While the project offers immense potential, analysts caution that limited transport infrastructure linking Navi Mumbai to the city center may pose a long-term challenge. Nonetheless, the airport is expected to play a crucial role in easing congestion, strengthening regional connectivity, and making air travel more affordable and accessible. India's pension regulator is considering fresh measures to channel long-term retirement savings into infrastructure development, aiming to strengthen economic growth and provide stable returns for beneficiaries. Officials noted that expanding pension fund exposed to infrastructure could help bridge the country's significant financing gaps while diversifying portfolios for millions of savers. The Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority is reviewing investment guidelines to encourage greater allocations into roads, power, housing, and urban transport. Policymakers argue that such assets offer steady cash flows, aligning with pension funds' long-term liabilities. This push also reflects the government's broader strategy of mobilizing domestic capital for nation-building projects. Analysts believe the move could deepen India's infrastructure financing market and reduce reliance on foreign borrowing. By linking retirement security with development needs, the regulator hopes to boost both economic resilience and investor confidence, positioning pensions as a critical driver of sustainable national growth. Still in the news, Japan's oil refiners are being urged to diversify supply sources as the country relies on the Middle East for 95% of its crude imports. The head of the Petroleum Association of Japan, Shunichi Kito, said on Thursday. He cautioned, however, that importing Canadian oil could pose challenges because of its heavier grade, which requires more complex refining processes. The comments come as Canada's main oil-producing province of Alberta explores potential investment in Japan's refining sector. According to two people familiar with the matter, such a move would mark a strategic attempt by Alberta to expand export options and reduce its overwhelming dependence on the United States, which currently takes the bulk of its oil shipments. Analysts say the discussions reflect a broader energy security debate in Tokyo, where policymakers are seeking to balance stable supplies with diversification. While Canadian crude could provide an alternative, industry experts note that upgrading refining capacity to handle heavier oil may prove costly and time-consuming. Moving ahead, the United Arab Emirates has emerged as one of the world's fastest-growing cryptocurrency hubs, driven by clear regulations, zero tax incentives, and institutional-grade infrastructure. The country attracted over $34 billion in crypto inflows between July 2023 and June 2024, representing a 42% increase year-on-year. Dubai's Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority and Abu Dhabi's global markets have provided frameworks that instill investor confidence, while innovation zones such as DMCC Crypto, Central and RAC Digital Asset, OASIS continue to attract global players. Institutional adoption has become a defining feature of the sector, with sovereign funds, banks, and family offices driving 93% of trading volumes. At the same time, younger demographics are fueling growth, with 74% of adults aged between 25 and 34 actively interested in digital assets. Global development, particularly the United States Genius Act mandating stablecoin reserves, blocking and also reshaping flows and unlocking trillions of potential liquidity, which experts say will benefit the UAE's position as a trusted global hub. Industry leaders predict that cryptocurrency and blockchain could become the UAE's second largest economic pillar after oil within 5 years. Strategic moves such as the entry of various exchange-traded products, tokenized and real estate products, and green mining initiatives demonstrate the country's long-term ambition. With more than 500,000 daily traders, regulatory clarity, and increasing institutional confidence, the UAE is not merely competing in the global digital asset race, but actively setting the pace for future growth. You're still watching the World News. We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you more stories from other parts of the world. Please stay with us.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees, including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance, play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Glad to know you never left, and now we're bringing you the rest of the story. The U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday entered the second day of his state visit to Britain, shifting from royal pomp to substantive discussions on trade, security, and global affairs. He met Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the Chequers County residence, where both leaders are expected to hail a landmark $205 billion package of U.S. investment into Britain. Officials say the deal represents one of the largest single U.S. commitments to the UK economy, covering technology, defense, clean energy, and infrastructure. It has been framed as a strong signal of confidence in Britain's economic direction after Brexit, while also reinforcing Washington's role as a leading partner in Europe at a time of shifting global power dynamics. Trump and Starmer are likely to outline the investment details and address wider issues, including NATO, energy security, and trade ties with China. The announcement underscores closer U.S.-UK alignment on economic and geopolitical priorities. British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, has expressed confidence that the United Kingdom's economy will rebound stronger despite prevailing global economic challenges. Speaking in Abuja, he explained that countries like the United Kingdom, has been affected by trade disruptions, demographic shifts, and security pressures from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but remains positioned for sustainable recovery. He noted that strong economic fundamentals, government reforms, and new trade agreements provide a firm foundation for future growth. Montgomery highlighted that the United Kingdom has recently secured major trade agreements with key partners such as the United States, the European Union, and China. He stressed that these partnerships, combined with fiscal reforms under the government's change plan, will reduce bureaucratic barriers and strengthen competitiveness. He also emphasized the enduring strength of London as a global financial hub and the country's significant reservoir of capital, which continue to attract global investors. The envoy pointed to large-scale investment from technology giants such as Microsoft and Google in artificial intelligence and cloud infrastructure as future evidence of international confidence in the United Kingdom. He added that the country's strong research base, creative industries, and world-class universities offer long-term advantages. According to him, these factors, together with effective policy direction, will ensure the British economy not only weathers current headwinds, but emerge stronger in the global marketplace. Still in the news, oil prices fell for a second consecutive day as investors weighed growing U.S. fuel inventories and a surge in crude export against the Federal Reserve's latest rate cut. Brent crude slipped below $68 per barrel, reflecting weaker sentiment in global markets despite monetary easing moves that typically support commodity demand. Data showed American distillate stockpiles, including diesel, climbed to their highest level since January, signaling softer demand and oversupply concerns. At the same time, U.S. crude exports jumped to their strongest levels since late 2023, amplifying pressure on international benchmarks. Traders interpreted the twin development as signs of a well-supplied market, pushing prices lower. The market outlook remains sensitive to global demand trends, geopolitical risk, and monetary policy signals. While the Federal Reserve's rate cut could eventually stimulate energy consumption, the immediate focus on rising inventories suggests crude prices may face further downward pressure in the near term. And away from that story, the European Union is accelerating efforts to secure a trade deal with India as part of its strategy to reduce economic dependencies. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said on Thursday she noted that higher U.S. import tariffs have underlined the need for bloc to diversify its trade relationships and strengthen ties with other key economies. Speaking at a conference with German business leaders, von der Leyen stressed that an agreement with India would represent a major step in boosting the EU's resilience and expanding opportunities for European firms. We want to make a deal with India this year, she said, highlighting the urgency of the negotiations in face of shifting global trade dynamics. Von der Leyen further revealed that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had personally assured her of his commitment to advancing the talks during a phone call on Wednesday. Analysts say a deal could unlock growth in areas such as green technology, pharmaceuticals, and digital services, benefiting both sides. Moving ahead, American farmers are reeling from the renewed trade war sparked by President Donald Trump's tariff policies, with many agricultural communities feeling abandoned despite expectations of strong support. Rural producers, already weighed down by debt and fluctuating crop prices, are now facing mounting export restrictions that have cut into profits and heightened financial strain. Some, like Wisconsin dairy farmer Randy Rocker, have been forced to sell off entire operations, while others struggle to remain afloat amid shrinking markets. The economic pressure is compounded by rising mental health challenges among rural workers. Advocates warn and stress that isolation and financial insecurity are driving a surge in depression and anxiety across farming communities. Jeff Winton, a New York dairy farmer and founder of mental health non-profit Rural Minds, admitted that he himself sought therapy for the first time this year after realizing the emotional toll of worsening trade conditions. "I was feeling very angry, very pessimistic," he said, reflecting concerns shared widely among U.S. farmers. As the tariff dispute deepens, questions are being raised about long-term loyalty to the Trump administration in regions that overwhelmingly supported him. Farmers, once among his staunchest allies, now face shrinking markets, uncertain policy direction, and limited relief measures. With livelihoods and rural well-being at stake, pressure is mounting for policy shift that balances trade enforcement with the survival of American agriculture. We'll move away from the story. The United States economy is under strain as weaknesses in the labor market align with persistent housing affordability challenges, creating conditions that threaten growth. Recent government data shows that unemployment rate and jobless claims at their highest levels since 2021, with unemployed citizens now outnumbering available jobs for the first time in 4 years. Economics believe the sharp deteriorating makes further interest rate cut by Federal Reserves almost certain. At the same time, the housing sector remains fragile, with average monthly mortgage payment nearly double pre-pandemic level and affordability near record lows. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has already warned that the government may need to declare a national housing emergency if conditions worsen. His high borrowing costs and soaring rents are forcing consumers to cut back on spending, which directly pressures company revenues and triggers for the job losses, deepening the SOUQ. Analysts warn that this dual strain could hinder the country's traditional economic flexibility by reducing labor mobility. Research indicates that addressing the 4.7 million housing units shortfall could add up to 1.7 million jobs and nearly $2 trillion in gross domestic product by 2035. For now, however, experts believe the economy will depend on interest rate relief, targeted investment, and regulatory reforms to balance these pressures and sustain growth momentum. I'll bring you sports stories. Galatasaray will be without Victor Osimhen for the Champions League opener against Eintracht Frankfurt on Thursday after the Nigerian striker failed to recover from injury. Osimhen had been pushing for inclusion despite not being fully fit, but the Turkish champions confirmed on Wednesday that he was left out of the 23-man squad traveling to Germany. His absence is a setback for coach Okan Buruk, who was hoping to rely on the 26-year-old's firepower in Europe. The striker sustained a shin injury during Nigeria's 1-0 win over Rwanda in Uyo in last week's Africa Cup of Nations qualifier. Medical staff are closely monitoring his progress, with Galatasaray expected to make a decision on his availability